champion, a greater fire burns. To follow in the footsteps of greatness, to forge a legacy of triumph that survives far beyond our years.
Aster, eliminate LGD from TI11.
The eyes of the faithful are fixed upon them, roaring legions of passionate fans.
The throw die fast, 1,000 health, trying to finish up Team Liquid, they did it!
Still, they answer the call to battle.
Arrow connects.
Cena's chasing him down.
It's over.
GG is called. Tundra. They'll be moving the upper bracket final.
To endure a fiery crucible time and time again.
Looking like it's over. That's it. GG secret.
They fight to climb a precipice few have conquered, and those who have will sacrifice everything to reach that summit once more. 4 teams battle for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
wisely and crush those responsible.
the Tumba Man, Insania, Mike, Buxy, Zai.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
My will is strong.
Team Aster. Ori. Pito. Boboka. Mone. XXX.
My will is strong.
I said push their racks, not pause for snacks.
Hey, Gabe.
No. Hi, it's Gabe in your lane. It's Gabe Newell. Well, we're tremendously excited that we're all getting the Dota 2 community together again. It's been another crazy year, and during that year, there's just been a lot of incredible Dota played, and some not so incredible Dota being played. But now we're putting on TI11. I think it's going to be fantastic. And whether you're there in person at the arena or watching from the comfort of your home, I'm so excited to say, welcome to the International.
Welcome to the International Grand Finals.
Morning and welcome to the International. It is finals weekend. We got ourselves a sold-out, absolutely packed Singapore indoor stadium. So welcome to that, everybody watching inside the stadium and out, because I know there are a lot of you. There's also a lot of players, 20 players to be exact. You see them standing there and they are ready to battle it out. Only one team can lift that Aegis, and only one team will be properly remembered at the end of this weekend. Only one World Championship, a lot of pressure. There have already been 16 teams falling down, dropping down like flies here in the lava, and those final 4 teams, the pressure that has been mounting up over the last 5 days, who will crumble under that pressure? Who will thrive under that pressure? We're about to find out, because we are ready to kick off today with some awesome top-tier Dota, and top-tier Dota accompanied by top-tier panelists. That's right, I'm Shiva, I'm your host for today, and we got ourselves Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. Couldn't wish myself a better panel. Lacoste, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good, feeling excited. You know, every single time we have the last couple of days of TI, you know, the nerves are gonna kick in. You can feel the nerves also of the players. Like, you know that they want to get on the stage and get this going.
Yeah, they want to take that Aegis.
But I'm so excited, though. I've everything just feels so real the second you see Gabe on your screen saying, welcome to the International. The butterflies kick in, the excitement kicks in, and I honestly can't wait to see the conclusion of what has been an amazing main stage.
It's true. This is the man that forged the Aegis himself, the man that gifted immortality to Roshan. And finally, after all of this time, we get to see who will become the immortal one, such as Gabe Newell himself.
Or which 5 players will become the immortal one. And coaches, of course, cannot forget those. We've had quite a long road to get to this weekend, and I would not blame you if you missed some of the matches, but here's a little bit of a recap what's happened in terms of brackets. Today, we'll have the matches that are listed with the red there. We're going to kick things off with Liquid versus Aster, and later today we'll have the upper bracket finals with Secret versus Thunder Esports. And then tomorrow it's lower bracket finals and grand finals time, but that means that this is our finals weekend bracket, and every series that we're going to watch from here on out, Lacoste, is going to be a blockbuster.
Oh, definitely. I mean, look at these names. Secret against Thunder, Aster against Liquid. I don't think you can ask for better matchups. Like, we did see a lot of those matchups, especially in the European region throughout the DPC, so that's going to be a super interesting one. And also, we have, Team Aster against Liquid. They only met once this year, and that was at this TI in the group stage.
Yes, and that was pretty one-sided for Aster. But since then, Liquid has had a little bit of evolving happening, and I think a lot of people will remember where we left off, because our final series that we had last weekend was Liquid versus Aster, and I think that's a series that's going to be in our minds for probably forever. It's definitely going to be in the minds of Team Liquid as we hear them talk about it.
I mean, I think the Thunder series, as a group, that's, our best moment so far. We got away with one.
This throne is going down here and now. Thunder, are you fucking kidding me? Game 1 against Liquid. Unfucking-believable.
My God, this team, how do they win from that position? They were 2 minutes off buybacks for everybody in that engagement. What demoralizing way to lose, honestly. They are going to have to mentally reset from that game again.
After game 1, I really felt like that. Like, I don't know, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this to my team? Why am I not strong-willed enough? I didn't take this 0% to lose route that game, and I was really angry at myself. And then I went to bathroom, I started resetting my mind. I was like, here we are again, like against 𝙎𝙬. But this time it's Thunder Awaken. We still gotta win the 2 games. Like, no matter what we do, go into the next game and really smash them in that game, and yeah, let's go, and for the 3rd game, it was truly a roller coaster.
We're gonna see another mega creep situation. How blessed are we today?
It's such a scary position for Thunder, who are the ones making the shot here. They're making the call.
I know this was like one of our most stressful games, for sure. Like, I think everyone was stressed out of their mind.
I kept dying in a very silly way in fights because I never had a guy next to me to infest. And I was like, I'm dying every fight. My goal is not going up. I'm probably like the bottom network of every core. Like, we're not winning this game.
They do not have the buybacks, but they do have an Aegis. They have this overwhelming advantage for the next team fight.
But Tuppa bought out. He bought out for AC. He is short buyback. 400 gold.
Oh, there's the hook.
The ball.
The first snap. They're trying to deal with this ward. And ends up getting a freebie. Now it's a 4 versus 5, 4 versus 6 with the Aegis.
Everything had to go right. Even like the second to last fight in our base when they pushed, I died without buyback, yeah? And a guy dies, and I get assist gold to get my buyback back. And that's the only reason we're actually still in the pushing the base.
And that is going to be enough to be able to finish off a TopUp, but he doesn't have the buyback. Foxy, he's going in. The second life for him. Get back to the fountain. The Havoc Hammer pushing him away.
Melting them all.
Running him down. The Bloodstone gets on. Rampage kill. Rampage on the main stage, but because Matubamik got the buyback, he's going to die once. Nobody else. It's just 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼. It's just because a 2-on-2. Insania now joining in with the 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼's going to try and deal with him where he can. The freezing field going out with the Suns. The bashes doing so much damage with 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼 with the bashes, making it 12. One fall, the other to follow. No buybacks. Team Liquid, they hold again.
It it never felt like we were fully out of it, even though maybe the numbers and statistics all said we should have been. And then, you know, at the end of the game, it comes down to literally 1 HP. I think if 𝙎𝘶 dies and Matu's like Infest doesn't save him, then probably game over.
This is a hard fight. You have to pick your jump well. You have to hit these. Now Sacred goes for it. If he can leave the blindfold, they're just going to focus all in onto 𝙎𝘶, and it looks like maybe. Down to all over the side. Swatch will go over the rolling thunder on through them. 𝙎𝘶 surviving through it, and now the Marcy dies, and now they get the stun on the Sacred. Now he's at 12 seconds. How much can you get in 12 seconds, Liquid? Can you claim top 4 in 5? It's not going to happen. The throats not dying fast enough. 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼 on 2. Just killed him. Punch him in 1. Back in. Now the buybacks. Now the comeback. Fight for your life. Don't die fast. 1,000 health. Trying to finish up.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
I think it's Arteezu said this at, I think it was Arlington Major. He said, God giveth and God taketh. And yesterday, God giveth.
During the 7 years, that has not happened to me. Even winning TI7 when the last round died, it didn't feel the same. It's just the build-up wasn't there for it. But this time, it really, like hitting top 4 like this, damn, that was the best thing ever happened to me.
Oh, if we only get like one game that lives up to that hype, I'm gonna be happy, and I think the players will be happy with that too. That was insane to watch. Also, it hasn't happened to Matu yet, even though he won TI. I think it's very cool that there's been 3 Mega Creep comebacks ever at TI. Zion's been in every single one of them. That's pretty impressive. And we got to talk a little bit about the Dota as well, because of course we've had a lot of Dota played. We had a lot of heroes picked. There's been 114 heroes picked so far, and that means that there's a couple that are not picked.
Yeah, 8 specifically have not been picked. 219 games. And Purge and I are here to tell you why you're probably not going to see the other 8. Purge, let's get started, my friends. Okay. It's been a lot of Dota, but there's a couple of rejects here. Tell me about 𝙀𝘶.
𝙀𝘶, vulnerable early game. His team fight's weaker than a lot of other carries. He's just not as good ultra late as a lot of other choices.
He's garbage. Get out of here. Wind Ranger.
Farm's mediocre. Not very many people like her. She needs BKB to team fight. She's really bad versus Leshrac. It's a lot of things.
It's a lot of things that sum up to garbage. Boom. Bounty Hunter.
No stuns, no team fight. Like a third as good as a Marcy on your team. Why would you pick Bounty Hunter?
Why would you pick him? Garbage. Get out of here. Get out of here. DK.
Dragonite, let's see, he's survivable, but like he's so much worse than all the other good offlaners. Enigma, Primal Beast, Marcy, Brood, Beast, Matt, should I keep playing?
No, you shouldn't. All I need to hear is garbage. Boom. Treant Protector.
Teams are farming a lot right now, so like tower push defense timings aren't as important, and he's not even that good at it anymore. The heal comes out slower.
Oh, yeah, I'm not on board. He's garbage. Boom. Coddle.
Weak at laning, not good at ganking, tries way too hard to be cool. Lesh doesn't even need mana anymore. He's got Bloodstone as his friend, so why do you need to coddle?
Get him out of here. He's garbage. Boom. Techies.
Decent lane, good damage, but he doesn't have any stuns. His ulti's very counterable. There's just better heroes than Techies.
There's a lot of them. I'm really going to enjoy this one because he's garbage. He's garbage. He's...
Oh, wait. I got it.
Get him, Purge. Get him, Purge. Get him, Purge.
You need this for your own good. You'll get buffed after. Oh, wait, there's one hero left.
Oh, there is. Why are you even here? Nobody likes you. I might think that you're one of the worst things to ever happen to Dota. There is nothing that you are good at. Also, Meepo was uncontested.
That was brutal.
Neil, it made me really sad, and then I got a chuckle, and I feel a little guilty about it, but here we are. We are also here with the first series coming your way very soon. Of course, Liquid is going to face Aster. It's their only elimination series of today, and I want to make sure that people watching that are tuning in, maybe only for finals weekend, just to recap, what type of Dota do these two teams play? You want to start off with Liquid, Jenkins?
Yeah, Liquid, I mean, it's not like a team you can call like, you know, this is like an aggressive team. They play aggressive or defensive, whatever is needed. Like all around, they play good Dota. But one of the most important things about this team that I think makes them unique is the fact that they don't really play roles. They play heroes. And this is something that's been true for like every iteration of Liquid, that at least the recent ones. You know, where Boxy was playing offlane, and then he can swap to 4 position. Now, of course, he's playing the 4 position. They'll play Matu mid on Sniper, Lone Druid. They'll swap the supports lanes as well. So yeah, this team, the hardest part about them to beat is the fact that they're just hero experts and they can play any lane.
All right, and if we look towards their opponents today, Effie, we got Team Aster.
Yeah, so Team Aster for me are incredibly fun to watch because this brings me back a little bit to the ESL Malaysia LAN that recently happened, and Aster proved to a lot of the fans watching there that individual skill is important, but it's not the most important thing in Dota. Aster are a very team fight-oriented team. They're always drafting in a way where they can come back from a gold deficit just by virtue of outfighting the enemy team. They play a really tight-knit formation on the map always, and the way that they distribute farm around the map is so intentional. Everything that they do, you feel they've discussed, they've calculated it, and they will always play for their specific timings, right? It doesn't matter if they don't have the items or the gold at certain times. They will hold their areas very well. They will not give up Roshans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Aster, they've always been in the shadow of LGD because LGD was always performing so well, and they showed that, you know, 3rd place at the Arlington Major and also 2nd at DSL1 Malaysia. They came here to play.
They came here to play indeed, and guess what? We came here to watch some Dota 2. And we're going to kick things off for Game 1 with the draft. Let's go.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 1.
Greetings! Welcome to TI11. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We got Stormer and Toby from Entity to help us out with this draft, because God knows I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, doing great. Hyped to be at a TI, and I don't know, TI vibes are really good, right?
Yes, can we hear the crowd? You guys hear? What's going on? Oh, awesome. So Aster versus Team Liquid. Lower bracket, Team Liquid comes in with a ton of momentum, but now there's been a bunch of days off. I don't know how that would affect them. What do you guys think?
Well, I got some background info. I know that Liquid was hella bored in some of those things.
Yeah.
Having a day off, but yeah, gonna be exciting. They had like insane momentum from the lower bracket, obviously. Had to come back from this 0-2 now against Aster. It's gonna be wild.
I think a lot of the time when you have this long of a break, it's about not getting into your own head, right? Because you run this mock draft like 100 times and you start overthinking, okay, what are the enemy team going to do against us? Start playing this rock, paper, scissors with yourself. So there's different ways of approaching a 5-day break like this. This is kind of, you know, unprecedented territory for us. Like, are the teams going to bring something new? Are they going to play what they did so far? And so far, nothing too surprising here, I guess you could say. Maybe aside from a first phase Sven ban. Did you expect that?
Well, we just spent 5 days preparing to give the Marcy first pick. So let's see what the plan is.
We highly respected Boxy Marcy all the time. I think that Marcy is still the top contested hero at this TI, I think, in terms of picks and bans, if I'm not mistaken. And I think Marcy is probably the most spooky Marcy that is out there right now. I think we literally banned it every single time we played against them.
So what do you think makes him spooky on this hero? Like, what is it he does better than other Marcys?
I don't know. He just gets to like 20 minutes, gets a BKB, and one-shots your carry.
That sounds pretty good. Yeah. I like when my 4 does that.
Yeah.
So if I'm not mistaken, in the upper bracket when these two faced, Aster had Lesh every game, both games, and they 2-0'd. Very, very powerful and popular hero these days.
Yeah, Lesh is crazy. We see the next first ban.
Wow.
To enable the Lesh.
So, I mean, very standard though. Like the Maiden, I think Maiden Leshrac is just pop up at this TI. Maiden is an insanely strong hero, and Lesh is probably the most contested mid lane hero right now. One of the most. 8 Broodmother is pretty interesting. What do you think about it, Toby?
I'm the biggest Broodmother fan. Give armor. Yeah.
I think Maiden is just, in any case, probably a pick that you just would love to have in the draft from the beginning on. Just a strong laner, and I don't know, just rounds up a lot of holes already before the draft. Second stage bans are pretty interesting too. Mars and Naga against Aster. I mean, just contested heroes as well. I think Naga is a brute counter as well, right? That many carries love to lane against the brute mother, so that's why they get it out. Aster meanwhile banning the lone druid. I mean, there's Matumba man. There's one guy on Liquid. He's probably the best lone druid out there playing this hero, so no surprise with banning it. And the 1 HP hero is getting banned out as well, the Pangolier.
Do you hit some crazy timing with Lone Druid Brood when you get the Lone Shard? Is that what they're considering, or is it just like in general a worrying timing that you're facing? Is it just like extra strong, or just a targeted player ban?
I think what's scary about Liquid is that if they pick this lone, they can flex it out to lanes. They might play carry on mid, because Mick is also very comfortable playing the carry role. So banning Lone Druid against, whoa, it's really crazy. Banning Lone Druid against Liquid is just a safe shot in many cases, if you're not sure what to ban.
I was going to ask, what is left in the pool that's good against Brood? Because we've seen a couple of Brood games where they pick it relatively early and it's been punished. Spirit Breaker is obviously very good. There's Kunkka. Anything else come to mind for you guys?
They still need a carry hero that can lane against Brood.
5 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you see this Brood mother. The thing is, nowadays, I think Brood is almost always on the off lane. You don't really see it mid. So, the thing is, like, obviously, there's only a limited amount of heroes you can pick into this, right? You cannot pick any carry. So, I guess it's to assume that they're going to pick it on 18.
Knowing Mane, he plays both Monkey King and Gyro, who I think both fare pretty well against Brood, right? They have a way of dealing with the Spiderlings once you get the Flak Cannon up when Brood gets level 6. Is there anything else you're looking, like, this is a Marcy Brood lane, right? And you have the Crystal Maiden covering you. I guess most carries can kind of float this lane until Brood is 6 and then it gets super scary, or am I underestimating Crystal Maiden's impact on this lane right now? Are there some carries that just can't play this lane at all?
I can see a patch coming for either team.
Hell yeah.
First.
Lina.
Lich Lina. Wow. Okay, that's surprising. I didn't see that one coming. Double spellcaster. I mean, they're just heading into the Mika Lina. I think Mika loves this matchup against the Lashrak. It's one of their favorite ones that they actually like win like 60-40 or a bit much, more even. And yeah, Sniper. Aster going for the 18 carry. It's a Sniper.
Whoa.
One of the only heroes that outranges Lina. If she's played as a core in mid, which is almost always the case.
Technically.
Yeah, that is the other one, which nobody plays. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
10 seconds.
I can see mid sniper. And Lash carry. Lash carry very good against Brood.
5 seconds.
Do they flex it ever? Does Monet play Lashrak though?
I don't think so. I think Aster's read here is that, okay, this Brood we can handle in the beginning with our Maiden, and we obviously have the Spirit Breaker rotation possibility, so we can get away with putting Sniper safe lane, and once Brood gets level 6, things might get dicey and they have to swap their lanes around, because Sniper cannot play this lane after Brood hits 6. It's actually interesting to see Sniper as a response here, because usually Brood was a massive counter pick to Sniper. I want to say half a year to a year ago when it was played mid more. Sometimes the last pick Brood would just ruin his game, so...
Yeah, like it's a double range against double melee offlane, right? Like main Sniper against Marcy Brood. How do you think it's gonna be like?
I think Brood can play this lane. I think it's a pretty good Brood lane. I hope it's Lash carry, to be honest.
It's better?
Yeah.
Is it possible that Aster start at tri-lane for like a minute or two, or that's what we've seen some teams do to try to shut down Brood in the beginning? You see Liquid banned out some of XXS's best laning heroes against Brood to prevent that they set a 1v1 and just play an aggro tri-lane, right? They banned out the Pango as well as the Mars, which XXS has been playing phenomenally this tournament. Are you kind of worried that a potential starting tri-lane from Aster is going to make Brood's game too difficult? Or are you happy as Brood that, okay, I'm getting shut down a little bit, but Matu's going to get a free game?
No, Brood definitely needs a good start, so if they can give the XXS a lane, where he can play 1v2, it's possible, but it's hard into Lich, I guess.
So regardless of the position for Lesh, Team Aster looking for offlane, I assume, and Liquid position 1.
Yeah, except if XXS plays Ibarra. I'm not sure if he can play Spirit Breaker.
Okay.
But
that is not out of the question, but I do think it's doable playing that.
The thing I see on Liquid right now, what I would love them to like adjust in the draft a bit, is that they have no clear way of initiating at a certain point in the game. They have Marcy, Lina, and let's say post 20 minutes or something, it's not the easiest to engage fights. And Lina and Lich, they want heroes to go in for them. So there's still a Matu pick coming up. I would love to see Liquid pick up a hero that like goes in first. I'm not sure what would fit that, because he also has to worry about the last pick XXS. Still got some time left though.
You also would imagine that it would be nice to have the carry use Frost Shield, right? You're picking this Lich early against essentially nothing that Frost Shield counters in terms of defense, right? So at the time when they picked Lich, they saw CM Lich Spirit Breaker who have like basically 0 physical damage. So now that picked it in this manner, you would imagine Liquid have some sort of an aggressive plan. Like you said, carry goes in first, pop Frost Shield on him for the control. Or you put it on Marcy, but that doesn't really feel like that's maybe the most valuable. Bloodseeker is going to be the choice.
That's interesting. I don't mind it. I'm not sure how they'll just look on Sniper. What do you think, Toby? I think it's really good against the Lash and Barra, obviously.
Yeah, it's good against Lash. I think they have sniper problems.
Yeah, there are some sniper problems though, yeah, that's true. But I like the idea, like it goes in for the rest of the team. Rupture is a very old school counter. Bloodseeker is not so popular in this TI, but yeah, it basically fits the gap of like frontlining and sort of locked out. It's not a stun, but it does like 50%.
So if you're, let's say you're entertaining the idea of running standard lanes with 2-1-2, what kind of an offlaner do you pick with Spirit Breaker against Lich BS? It's a pretty strong lane, right?
Some melee hero.
Not a range? Not like Viper or something then?
I think it's too hard.
So XXS would have probably liked to play any of the like 4 last bands of Liquid. Yeah. So, all right, they have made up their minds. So it's going to be another melee hero. It will be the Underlord.
That's interesting.
What do you make of this?
I'm not sure. So, I mean, both drafts are very interesting. Like, it's actually tough to the mid matchup is going to go pretty well for Liquid. They got the Lina against Leshrac matchup. He is playing against a Bauer, which has always been a bit annoying for her to deal with because he gets on top of you. I'm not sure what the bottom lane is going to go like. This entire Bloodseeker Lich
pretty good for Bloodseeker, but shouldn't feed on. It's free brood game in my book.
Free brood game?
Yes.
You're both taking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking. Like, I think Liquid has like a pretty good shot, but I think Aster is OP here. I'm telling you Aster.
Okay, split panel then. Let's, Action Slacks is looking like a mob boss today. Very, very nice. Let's hear what he has to say.
不要凶嘛，不要凶嘛，我不是故意的。
Prepare for battle.
我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！
Number 1. Cinder, I didn't even get your thoughts on the draft here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's interesting that you have this much time to prepare and you don't really know what to expect. And I would say, as far as surprises go, I feel like Aster are bringing something new here. They do get this D-ward, by the way, worth mentioning, as a little bit of a head start for them in that mid lane. They're bringing some stuff here that we haven't seen them play that much. They're playing the Underlord on XXS, the Spirit Breaker on Boboka. I don't think they played these heroes much, if at all, in the playoffs, whereas Liquid are more sticking to their guns of what we've seen. So this is something I'm very curious to see throughout this day in the next series as well, like how the teams prepare and have different approaches. I'm not going to say one is better than the other because I genuinely don't know, but it seems like the mentality or the approach is
That's the thing about having this many days off, is the theory crafting probably gets to the point where it's not even helpful anymore. So we're going to see the rebound here from Boxy, but Siamese Cat's going to be A-okay. And looks like the bounties have been split evenly to start us off here for today.
Yeah, and it will be the expected lanes here. So bottom lane will be Brood together with Marcy against Maiden Sniper. Mid is Lesh against Lina, and finally top lane Underlord, Spirit Breaker facing off against Lich Bloodseeker. So as we talked about on the panel, probably a slight edge in the mid lane to 𝙎𝘃 here with the Lina matchup against 𝙈. We've seen this played a decent amount this tournament. 𝙈 has been incredibly popular, and Lina has been one of the best responses that we've set our eyes on. As speaking of which, setting eyes on, Buddhaya is playing very aggressively onto Insania, skilling charge level 1 for some damage.
As 𝙎𝘃 and Ori facing off in the mid lane, Lina versus 𝙈. See 𝙈 getting harassed by quite a bit as we have a pause, and I don't know if those are oohs, ahs, or boos, or all of the above, Cinderin, but pause today.
Oh, it goes wild.
The crowd goes ah.
What a pause! So I imagine we have a small tech issue. We have not been given a reason just yet for why this pauses, but this gives us a little bit more time. All right, so disconnect from Insania makes it seem.
Well, I've heard some players have to change their chat wheel to be not GG, but of course that might not relate to these teams at all, considering they're all good manner players.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine a player like Insania having GG in his chat wheel, but you never know. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised once you know, you might have your opinion on players, and then you meet them in real life. They could be a totally different beast, you know?
Never meet your heroes, and that's why I regret ever meeting Sir Action Slacks.
He was your hero?
That's true, actually. That wasn't accurate at all. I just wanted to throw that out there regardless.
The conclusion is never meet Slacks.
Yes. That was what I was trying to get across. Appreciate it. That's why you're here. You're analyzing my thoughts.
Telling you what you wanted to say.
That's right. Very good. Tell me, how does 𝙈 play Brood this game?
Yeah, so it sounded like, so Toby is quite the Brood specialist, right? And it sounded like he thinks this should be a free lane for Brood. I don't play the hero much. I feel like, from my perspective, Maiden Sniper probably does okay, at least for a few levels. Once Brood gets level 6, you're screwed down here as Maiden Sniper. You have to evacuate and solve it, but that's where Aster have a hero like Underlord who could go there. They could park the 𝙈 there if they really have to defend the tower. But for starters, I would imagine this double range lane does fine against Brood. 𝙈 will just try to stay alive, get some CS where he can. You're seeing Boxy currently planning on pulling the wave down there to try to get a little bit of a different lane positioning so that Brood can get closer to his tower. And then...
Well, we're about to unpause. I want to get the crowd's reaction here. Let's do a live poll since we have some time here. Can I hear who is rooting for Aster today? Aster. Okay, that was kind of underwhelming. I'm not
That was
gonna lie.
lukewarm.
And what about Team Liquid? Oh my. Okay. So we have some bias here in the crowd. First it was OG, but they're not here anymore. So to the next EU. We're underway again. Insania pushing back Buddhaya. Mid lane still relatively even on, but 2 denies already from 𝙎𝘃, but relatively a wash at the moment. Still taking damage from Insania. If you had told me 6 months ago that Lich and CM would be played to this extent, Cinderin, I would not have believed you.
Yeah, it's a really interesting development. I think especially Lich, because Crystal Maiden has kind of had her time on and off recently, but Lich, it's been quite a while since we've seen given this priority. Bit of poke back and forth.
𝙈. This is kind of a weird setup right now. 𝙎kind of on the other side of his tower. But the rebound is there on top of the sniper for 𝙎. It's on the right click away. No dispose yet because Boxy's still only level 1, but in the end, a lot of harassment damage traded each way.
Yeah, if you play Dota casually, you'd be like, why are 2 heroes behind the tier 1 tower minute 1? And this is simply what happens when the position 4 in the enemy team repulls and repositions the wave behind there. You have to go and contest this experience in gold. You can't just let the Liquid side get that for free when you have this double ranged lane. You are willing to take those trades, and ultimately what ends up happening is that 𝙈 has a grand total of 2 CS to the 10 of Sniper with a good head start here on 𝙎, getting in behind there and pressure.
The rebound, dispose is available this time. Shrapnel comes out to do some residual damage. 𝙎 taking the brunt of it though. Do they have enough to get first blood in this game? Boxy continuing on, and there it is. Boxy with the first blood as Sniper goes bye-bye. Great start for Liquid in this lane, despite, like you said, the CS for 𝙈 not being too respectable, but this should open it up at least a little bit for him.
Yeah, so he's not the one getting the first blood, but he gets the space in the lane now, right? He gets to, I believe, deny 2 range creeps here potentially. I think the second one will be secured here. It will. By Pichu. But yeah, 𝙎𝙊 will be very happy with that. Even if you don't get that first blood, just getting a little bit of time. He's now going to get his level 3. Currently holding the skill point. Curious what he's going to choose, because it feels like all of the skills here actually have some decent merit with how this lane's playing out. He's eyeing up his options, not choosing just yet. We'll go for the Silken Bola now.
Nice.
More aggressive approach, I guess you could say. It's kind of hybrid, right? You can also use it to slow and run away. So,
but like you said, once he hits 6, could be scary times for Aster. I mean, at that point, what is 𝙈𝙀? Where can you go as a sniper? We're going to see another rebound, this time onto Siamese Cat for the Crystal Maiden. Looks like that's going to be another death in this lane for Aster, as 𝙬𝑠𝑖 and 𝙎𝑗 kind of punishing. Seen so many times with the Marcies in this tournament. Insania in the top lane, though, getting chased. Looks like he'll live as MATU trading some right clicks with XXS.
Yeah, obviously the Bloodseeker benefiting massively as well whenever they play aggressively bottom, gets that thirst bonus up top and trying to turn that into even more advantage here for Liquid. Yeah, you've got to be really wary of your positioning, and it's easier said than done, right? Your Crystal Maiden, you kind of want to at least put some sort of pressure and do some damage, but at this point, when Marci and Brood are both level 3, I think you have to backline behind the sniper. If he gets jumped on, you use both your spells defensively and you try to reposition and stabilize. At the same time, if you have to sacrifice somebody, it's better that the Maiden dies than the sniper. And then ultimately when Brood hits 6, I think sniper is just going to sit maybe mid, or you open up top and you play up there. Okay, 𝙎𝑗 taking some serious damage bottom. Not enough to die, but he doesn't have any regen except 1 level in Spin Web, so it'll take quite a while before he's online to fight with 𝙬𝑗 again.
Yep. Able to TP out. I would expect the kills to start ramping up a little bit more now, just because we have such aggressive heroes overall, especially with the Spirit Breaker on the side of Aster. As we haven't really seen a gank mid. Does that surprise you at all? Because I feel like that's a Spirit Breaker special, as I say that he's charging right now.
There you go. I don't think it's surprising we haven't had it yet, but I think this is a pretty good time to do it. 𝙎𝑗's running out of mana. There's no power runes, but we'll not be able to find the angle here. 𝙬𝑗 obviously charging from base. Oh, 𝙬𝑗 gets the jump.
Trying to turn this around onto 𝙬𝑗, as 𝙎𝑗's going to be able to get the Insatiable Hunger off as well, and 𝙬𝑗's in a lot of trouble with the Frostbite, dealing a lot of damage to 𝙎𝑗 in the meantime, as 𝙬𝑗 looking for another kill for himself onto 𝙬𝑗. That is the second just for him. I'm not even sure if 𝙎𝑗 was in range for XP at that point.
I'm sure if 𝙬𝑗 got all of it, they don't really mind. Again, it's a matter of just giving Brute the space here to recover the CS in the lane. 𝙎𝑗 currently sitting on 1-0 and 2 in terms of KDA, so...
Oh, the charge coming from the other side from 𝙬𝑗, but 𝙬𝑗 is ready for this, but the Split Earth is there with the Pulse Nova. 𝙬𝑗 taking tons of damage, does get off a good LSA, but it does not save him in the end, as 𝙬𝑗 getting run down now by Ori's Pulse Nova. Double kill for him. And 𝙎𝑗, now that they know he's left to his own devices, they can kind of harass him out of lane to a degree.
Oh my god, look how many creeps are mid too. They get the double kill. This is 2 full waves and a siege creep just hitting this tower. So first of all, you get a lot of tower damage in here, but the death stings that much more for the Lina, losing effectively a full wave.
Getting low, and 𝙬𝑗's charge will finish the job, as Aster now all over the map, as we kind of expected with the draft. Able to take full advantage of this space cow.
Yeah, and this is the luxury you have in this position with having this Underlord top. It's hard for MATU to put meaningful pressure onto XXS, who's running a Bracer and Ring of Health. He's just buying a full self-sustained build. He's going to finish his Vanguard now as well, coming out on the Courier. So if you want to kill this Underlord as Liquid, you need to bring 3+ heroes. I don't think they have any other way.
Okay, no comms at all. Interesting strategy at TI11. 𝙬𝑗, the bottom. They do get that tier 1 tower, like you said, but very even game despite that. And top lane is the one we haven't really talked about too much, but MATU...
Maybe they were all watching Naruto.
What's that?
Maybe they were all watching Naruto.
That's true. I mean, I talked to a couple Liquid members as well during the break, and I mean, they couldn't find Scrim, right? None of these teams probably could find many. Kind of a weird situation, and you kind of overanalyze probably. I think taking some days off was probably pretty important for a lot of these teams just to reset, because especially for Liquid, who had all that momentum, that I don't know, I would have been super drained.
The overall consensus that I gathered was that I think most teams, if not all of them, took 1 to 2 days off and then started getting back into, you know, you take a little bit of a break, make sure you don't overwork yourself, because it is very, very mentally taxing to prepare for these games, and you've obviously played a very long tournament already to get to this point, so getting that little bit of a breather, definitely helpful. Aster with a, I don't know if we should call this a recovery. Obviously the bottom lane was not going too hot, but the rest of the map looking very good, and with that rotation bot where they killed 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼, they managed to take the tier 1 tower. They almost got the tier 1 tower mid as well, minute 8, which is very good news for Aster. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼
He wants to go on Monet, but he's going to get frostbit and charge. Already at half HP, and Monet could just right-click from afar as the charge connects, and one more right-click should do it, although Siamese Cat nets himself the kill with another frostbite. And this Broodmother feels like it's getting shut down a bit in the last couple minutes.
I love playing Spirit Breaker against this hero, I gotta say. It feels so rewarding and so powerful that if Brood shows at any point, you get this connection. And Crystal Maiden is a great support to play it with in the early stages because you have this long root and slow. You see Pichu in this game choosing to max out Frostbite, which we've seen sometimes. It varies whether people prioritize Frostbite or Crystal Nova, but against the Brood, the root is just so good to allow a sniper to get in all of that damage. Let's see if Monet skills Assassinate or not, because we've seen different sniper builds here on level 6, whether you take that route at all, or if you focus on maxing out Headshot. All right, Boxy with the job.
And that is enough burst damage. Baboka, charge, not in time. Mika gets credit for that kill. That is his first of the game. He has a haste rune still, and with the Falcon Blade, going for the BKB as a pretty fast item. Matu getting chased, but just the other side of the fog here. So
very good ward there. Pichu will realize this. Like he read that all too well, so gotta get the D ward, and they force out the glyph. Lesh will immediately rotate into mid. They don't want to lose their mid tower. Ori is going to show here.
Well, Mickey is getting charged, so now there's TPs coming into the mid lane. Get the LSA off. Oh, uses the horsey and gives himself enough distance to get away. But in the meantime, they're going to find Boxy instead, who's trying to help out Mickey, but wasn't really needed in the end.
Yeah, it looked like Boxy was trying to find an angle where he could maybe get a dispose onto the Lesh rack, but what Aster did really well there was that they rotated not only the Lesh, but also the Crystal Maiden in the tree line. So when Boxy did try to go for that, just gets frostbitten from the side and does not find any move. At the very least, the good news for Liquid here, bottom tower will be claimed. Brood is starting to build a new home here, as Brood does. I wonder what build 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼 goes here. We've seen a lot of Broods go this Arcane Boots into either Pipe or Wraith Pact, these kind of auras. I assume this game will be no different, but I wonder what the priority will be.
Pipe is picking good.
Yeah, there's a lot of random magic damage, and it's a great way of keeping your spiders alive during fights.
He is taking control of the bottom lane. I mean, that's the one thing about transitioning out of this lane. Brood, you'll just take over.
He has to be so careful with showing on the lane, though. He's actually showing his hero, and that means he's opening himself up to being charged at any point.
Yep, all they need is a little bit of vision here as members of Aster in the cover of smoke, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼 in the trees, but his spidey senses are tingling for once that actually
quite
makes
literally.
sense. Yep. Looks like he'll be okay, so a little bit of wasted time, although that he's in the area.
Wasted though.
Pops. Oh, Crystal Nova just off. Actually did connect, and now they have the vision. There's the charge from Baboka. In comes XSS as well. And that is a big kill onto 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼. It took some time, but it worked out, and now XSS can just go back to where he came from.
This is a pretty cool duo of heroes that we like never see played. The Spirit Breaker plus Underlord combo. You charge someone, you Fiend's Gate in, and Spirit Breaker has that natural follow-up that he needs. This hero's one of its weaknesses, even though it's one of the best roamers in the game, is that it doesn't really solo kill very well. But, you know, if you have something like Underlord connecting or Sunstrike, like whatever it is at your disposal, then situations can suddenly look quite promising. Baboka with a charge, no rune here.
Boxy is here. Nice Pit of Malice though, but the dispose keeps XXS at bay. Already at half HP, and in comes the Lich as well. But look, 4 members of Aster are continuing on here as Insania gets off his Chain Frost. Will drop in the end as Matu has finally come to play, but the Laguna Blade on top of the Rupture is enough to find himself a kill. Now the focus is onto Baboka, but the Sniper's gonna get the thunder damage as Boxy gets the stun off, and Baboka will be next. Big turnaround here for Liquid. Great transition from Matu.
Yeah, they make sure to bring the numbers there. Matu coming in, Lina with the double damage. It's just too overwhelming. And Monet, yeah, would have probably been wise to not get involved there. You can understand why he's trying to help out his teammates, but Boxy isolates him with the rebound dispose combo, and once Sniper is repositioned, he's not getting out of there. Does not have any way of repositioning himself for now. Wonder if he's going to buy a shard later to try to help with that, but for now, obviously going a pretty standard route, Mask of Madness to Wraith Bands and Treads, eyeing up the Dragonlance, Pike, another way to reposition, of course. And he should need it this game, but you got to be feeling really good if you're Liquid with that exchange, though.
Yep, absolutely. The lead has slipped into their side, just barely though. As we get in, rehash this conversation again, Cinder. You know where I'm going with this, I'm sure, but...
Tier 5 neutral items.
The old Roshan.
Oh.
As we're going to see, another strike onto Insania. Ori is in the area, gets off the Lightning Storm. But the Frost Shield ends up mitigating a bit of damage here and forces the rest of Aster away, as this is taking just too long. They get a high five for their efforts. But which team would you say has the advantage in the Roche pit, both killing and fighting in the area?
I guess for killing, I would imagine Liquid does it maybe a little bit faster. It's kind of close.
All right, that was an Eternal Envy type showdown. That was nice.
They got done with their Naruto episode and now they're playing. So good to see.
Indeed. Anyway, you were saying about Roshan.
Yeah, so I think overall, I guess the Dire, depending on, I guess it's level 1 sidekick. It's kind of hard to say who's faster at it. I do like Aster's chances of fighting in the area in general, though. Underlord, Lesh, and Spiritbreaker, as well as Shrapnel level 4. Is very, very good in that area, but I think neither team has any interest in even thinking about Roche for quite a while. Neither lineup is particularly good at it. There's a lot of risk involved. Oxy will get charged.
Charged in the top lane next to the tier 2, but the Frost Shield comes out again. Chain Frost not really bouncing, but finally does off of the creeps, and that is going to cause Ori to drop. But Boca gets disposed. TP canceled. Second kill for Liquid. A big punish in this top lane. That Frost Shield has been kind of pretty annoying for Aster to get through.
Yeah, they chose to go for that with 5-second cooldown another strike. They didn't have Spiritbreaker ult, so missing that component, but also Liquid seemed like they just read that play like a book. You know, 𝙎𝘁 was in position immediately, getting that counterplay. Nicely done from them. They get those two. 𝙎𝘁 now rocking a BKB. Is very ready to fight. Liquid actually hitting a strong timing here, and this smoke could bear fruit.
The Horsey is there, he gets stunned and brought down. A huge kill for Liquid, but XXS has come to play with his ult. Gets off the nice Pit of Malice and Firestorm. Insania looks to be the sacrifice at the very least, but Mickey and Matu want to continue to fight potentially. They're going to try to focus onto the Crystal Maiden, and a nice stun from Boxy on the 2 heroes with Mickey's LSA to follow. 4 dead for Aster. And Liquid, I mean, they got the big kill to start, and Aster still wanted to fight, and they get punished.
Yeah, just Lesh didn't get to play his hero there. Got chain stun completely, rebound into the LSA, took the full burst there from 𝙎𝘁, and they get that job done easily. You're going to see on the replay here, so really nice way to open this with Boxy getting the rebound. They kill the sniper before any assistance arrives. As XXS comes in and does kill off the Lich, it's a pretty small consolation prize. Nice fear here, by the way, from Insania, stopping that freezing
stun
field.
Coming up soon.
Yep.
Which absolutely destroyed.
Perfect.
My
Triple
God.
stun into double stun.
And that was the Bloodstone reveal as well on the Lesh, and it just gets destroyed. Not literally, not a Kyle. But Boca now in the bot lane. He's going for the Shadow Blade.
Regeneration.
Zai, again, he's just been chilling in the bot lane. He's close to finishing his pipe, and we talked about the amount of magic damage that Aster has. That is going to be a huge pickup for them.
It seems like the play call here from Liquid is just leave Zai alone. Let him do whatever he wants. He needs to get that item before he really offers teamfight impact. Curious to see what the idea is now. It's coming out. Are you going to see a bigger rotation? Are we looking at a bottom tier 2 tower? Are we looking at a potential rotation into killing a hero mid and then getting Roche? There's plenty of options for Liquid here with the game state they have set themselves up for. And I mean, essentially, if Zai doesn't have to join, why would he, right? He can also just keep farming down here and keep being a pestilence, forcing heroes to rotate down here and defend, putting pressure on the tower and just farming up, get toward his next item. Maybe an Axe could be on the menu. Extremely annoying item to play Spiritbreaker against the Brood Axe. So definitely could be something he's considering.
Liquid want to keep up the aggression. Okay, now the BKB from Matu. 2 BKBs on the side of Liquid. And they are definitely ready to fight. This 2 tower, take a little bit of damage, but XXS, he's going to show himself with the Firestorm, but Liquid want to kind of reset here. One thing we didn't really talk about is the fact that two obviously face in the upper bracket, and we've seen it so many times. The upper bracket team that wins, that faces the team again in the lower bracket. The lower bracket team ends up learning more about that matchup overall, and they got to see Tundra beat Aster as well. Potentially that's what we're seeing here right now, but standing onto the high ground, he is so tanky at half HP, but it will be the sacrifice. As it looks like it's going to be a trade for the position 5s. Nice freezing field coming out, but it only delays the inevitable.
Oh, they ruptured Lesh.
Yeah, he gets his Bloodstone off just in time as Matu pops the BKB, but the Lesh is dead. Laguna Blade into the grave, and 𝙎𝑒𝑘𝑘𝑎 getting chased, but a nice pit of malice, keeping Boxy and company in this area. But the dispose comes down on 𝙎𝑒𝑘𝑘𝑎, but he does have the status resistance, and gets the charge off. That right click is coming for him. Is that enough? It doesn't look like it. He shall live.
What an amazing escape from 𝙎𝑒𝑘𝑘𝑎 there, turning around to dodge the stun and then finding the charge through everyone to survive. I definitely had him expected dead there, but he gets out of there. Still, the big kill for Liquid is the Lesh. They keep finding him every fight. Zai, okay.
Yep, he's here all alone. Insania, the house starts, but the Assassinate is coming, and that's not going to help you there. So Monet getting a nice pickup for himself as he's kind of struggling. He's middle of the pack in terms of net worth, and this is a hero that you do not want in that area. I mean, how much of a comeback mechanic do you have on this hero, would you feel, based on the items that he's going for? Because he has Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, he's going for Hurricane Pike, so it feels like more mobility / utility than damage.
I guess with this build, you definitely do farm slower than if you had, say, Mom Maelstrom, but you probably just have to get the Pike at this time. If you go Mask Maelstrom, you just... It's gonna take too long before you have the essential items to be any sort of presence in a team fight. In skirmishes, this is also a pretty good single target damage build, right? You have a long range, obviously you have you can activate the take aim for the guaranteed headshots, which by the way are only level 2 on Monet currently, so his damage will ramp up significantly when he levels up to 13, 14.
Oh, Matu getting charged, and there's a Fiend's Gate here as well. He pops the BKB, but still gets stunned. That is 4 members of Aster, and that is a nice pickup for them. Very nice team play, and now, I mean, the Fiend's Gate is so cool, but 𝙎𝑒𝑘𝑘𝑎 in the area, he's in Viz right now. Oh, the S-Save does not connect, but they still get the stun. Laguna Blade to follow, but the Bloodstone healing up a decent amount. The BKB pop by 𝙎𝑒𝑘𝑘𝑎, and that is enough to take out Ori again. He's left by his team via the Fiend's Gate, and Liquid taking full advantage.
Yeah, that missed stun from 𝙎𝑒𝑘𝑘𝑎 ends up costing him a BKB charge, but still well worth it. You're happy to get that kill. And probably the bottom tier 2 tower. I don't think you have a chance of defending this as Aster. Well, maybe they are going to try, actually. XXS.
It is a pit.
Oh, they know there's no BKB, so maybe.
He gets the charge off successfully inside the Pit of Malice. 𝙎𝑒𝑘𝑏 trying to help him out, but looks like the Chain Frost finally comes out. It's only going to connect a couple times, but 𝙎𝑒𝑘𝑏 looks to be mega dead, and Zai and company have to get the hell out of here. Sani is successful, but Zai inside the Pit of Malice charged up. And it looks like he's going to be brought down as well. So Aster successfully defend the tier 2 tower.
It seems like Liquid had the same expectation that I did, that tower was just going to be given to them with a dead Lesh. But the crucial part in all of this is that 𝙎𝑒𝑘𝑏 with the missed stun ends up using the BKB on the first kill. And Aster like, wait a minute, can't we just go on this guy and kill him with Spirit Breaker and Underlord? And they could. There wasn't enough protection there. I don't think there was a defensive dispose from Boxy to try to reposition and keep him alive. And that's huge for Aster.
Yeah, we have a rupture onto XXS, but the rest of his teammates coming. A nice charge onto 2, but the Blood Right does connect. Silence that Space Cow. But Boxy just getting right click from afar. And Matu, despite having to BKB, does have the move speed to get away. And no range for the Assassinate, or no vision for the Assassinate.
If they had any way of getting vision, that could have been so much bigger for Aster, but they're very, very happy with this for sure. The game was starting to look a little bit scary for a while with the control Liquid were getting, but...
Yeah, and the first Roche attempt is here, as Aster know that they're in a 5v4 situation.
No BKB on Matumba either.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker is just not a very good hero in this time in the game when you don't have that BKB. It's so hard to run in and do anything. You can just get turned on and blasted. So as it looks, Liquid, I think they really want to try to poke at this, but it's just really difficult. They don't know the exact timing either. Every spider is getting killed outside the pit.
Yeah. Looks like Monet will get the Aegis. Not putting on the Lesh. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's good on both. A lot of the time we do see it on Lesh because you get so much value from getting the full mana refill when you die as well. But maybe the logic is Lesh is less susceptible to dying straight away. He has more health, he has the Bloodstone, whereas if Monet gets jumped, he can just die instantly. And this way you also maybe open up a little bit more for the potential of poking top tier 2 tower with just the sniper. Lesh needs to go closer and expose himself to do that. Sniper can just safely take it from range, and if you do try to jump on him with your Marcy combination with Lina, you know he has that second life you have to worry about.
Both those cores have 4 deaths each, Monet and Ori, but they've kind of brought this game back, Cinder, and net worth-wise very even. Obviously with the Aegis, going to help them potentially extend that just a bit. Tower is not being defended yet.
And I think it is worth keeping in mind for a game like this that a lot of the expectation of how the game goes kind of rides or dies with Brood, right? And Zai's impact, aside from, you know, pushing out this bottom lane being there, has not felt like Brood has been a first phase hero, right? Or arguably it has, because Aster solved it so well. A lot of Liquid's Brood game wins, they would be in a much better position than this now. And I think even just in an even game state like this in terms of gold, the Radiant lineup is having a pretty solid time scaling late game. I think a lot of what Brood offers becomes less and less important against this lineup, whereas Aster's lineup is just going to scale to the moon, right? Sniper, Underlord, Lesh, Tricore.
True, Wraith Pack has been there for a little bit on the Underlord, as you see a full here Aster. They trying to go into the end triangle is the question. Warstaff picked up from 𝙎𝘼, actually. He's going the full Hurricane.
Sold it again. Yep. Oh. Mind for now. He's still... Oh, he's changing over to Silver Edge. Okay, so I guess he wants the break for Atrophy Aura. And they need some more damage.
He's going to get spotted, charge, right clicks, dead. Easy kill for Aster. See if they go for this tier 2 tower bottom now that they have the top. Or if they're just happy to farm away. I mean, how important is it for Aster to use Aegis in an effective way? Or are they fine just farming? Like you said, they do technically scale better.
Yeah, I think they're fine farming, but I wouldn't mind seeing them trying to use this Aegis for another tier 2 tower. Probably mid is the most accessible one for them right now, because I think Brood really thrives in the bottom tower area. There's so many trees, so many angles you can find there to be annoying for the support. But
he changed his mind again. He went hurt.
Oh, he changed again. All right. Well, maybe the gold lined up nicely. Liquid are not too phased by the Aegis, though. They're still gonna look to cross the river and maybe make an aggressive move. They do have a double damage on 𝙎𝘼, which would be really nice for them to put to use. The Poker will push out that wave and reposition himself. It looks like Aster are aware that Liquid have some big plan here. Ori also farming very defensively over on the Ancient side, making sure to stay all the way left to not get caught. And this move from Liquid will bear fruit in the sense they get some good aggressive wards out. You see they get the good ward over at the Radiant Triangle. And they get a good ward down in mid, so definitely looking for some sort of catch against the Aegis team at some point in the near future. But it looks like they'll have to settle for 𝙎𝘼 just, you know, 10-shotting the top tier 1 tower casually with sidekick and double damage. Packing 400 damage with that per hit.
Not bad.
But now it's run out, and Aster will opt for the bottom tower rather than the mid one. This was the one they had the option to access. I think they would have been happy to take mid, but that's where Liquid were grouped up and covering the lane, so they will settle for a trade the off lanes.
They will get it successfully. So 2K lead for Aster is the Aegis.
Okay.
It's expiring in 40 seconds.
They will knock on the high ground though. Sniper very good at this, obviously massive range. The only repositioning tool Liquid have is, aside from an offensive pike from 𝙎𝘼, which is probably a bit naive to think is going to happen, you have level 2 dispose. So he's feeling pretty damn safe standing down here hitting this tower. You just keep throwing out one shrapnel if he wants to hit it some more. There we go. He's gonna keep poking at it.
Pop the mathematics.
Sending in Ori.
Is coming for Liquid. Ori up in front. He's going to get ruptured. Pops the BKB. That's not going to do too much for him. But kept himself away far enough as the Aegis is expiring in 3 seconds. Trying to get through the Fiend's Gate. He does so successfully. And Aster retreat. Part. A couple members here.
Yep.
And Ori can just refill and, oh, okay, does not want to take the Fiend's Gate. Wants to farm up mid.
I'm surprised Ori went in an edict at that tower. I think letting Sniper just keep doing his thing was pretty good. It only cost him a BKB charge, which isn't the end of the world. And I guess he did force the glyph, so maybe it's okay. But if Liquid find a move off it, the story will be very, very different. Ori is going to walk straight into Matu.
Laguna Blade, but no LSA connection, but they still find the Crystal Maiden nonetheless. The right clicks are way too much. BKB already popped by Matu as they find the kill onto Ori. So 3 dead overall. The complete segregation of that fight, but Liquid coming out way on top.
Yeah, so what ends up happening there is Lesh has BKB cooldown from bottom, and he's walking in the mid lane together with Spirit Breaker. I think a pretty crucial mistake here from Aster, actually. The two heroes were even stacking up, so they got chain stunned and didn't get a charge off to try to protect Ori. He just walked straight into Matu, got ruptured and killed, and or actually didn't even rupture, I think. They just hit him. He couldn't get away anyway without the BKB. And Liquid will now play mid
up to tier 2 mid.
That is a huge swing for Liquid.
Won't know for the next Roche for another minute 40, but that is going to be an extremely important factor in this game, as it usually is. But looking at Ori's item progression, obviously they've had the Bloodstone for a long time. BKB is on 8 seconds. He's only used it once, surprisingly. Yep. Has the casual plate mail, and I would assume an eventual Shiva's, but still going for... I mean, his farm for a Lesh is not very good this game.
No, I think he's had a couple of times maybe pushing one wave too many, and Liquid have done a really good job punishing him overall. The 5 deaths on the Lesh is a major setback. You compare that to Mickey on the Lina with only 2. Has a 50 CS advantage because of this. The thing I wonder here for Ori is if Travels is actually the right choice, because you're obviously playing against Rupture, right? So having extra mobility in the fight isn't necessarily going to translate to more safety or more damage. Whereas having items where you can just stand your ground and survive longer, like you said, the Shiva or something to that effect could be an interesting choice. But maybe even Ags could be a thing this game. You're against Brood, Bloodseeker, and an attack damage Lina build.
This'll come in handy.
I think Nihilism could be interesting, but well, for now it is going to be the Travels. And obviously it depends whether the flow of the game will turn into a little bit more of a stalemate where the teams are just pushing out waves and farming, because then Travels are obviously great. But if we have a key fight coming up sometime soon, this might not be the best allocation of net worth that Ori can have at this point in time. Getting those Travels up. Roche will be known to us now. It's a long respawn.
Yes.
233. Quite a while before Aster potentially get their hands on that. And I do say Aster because they are controlling the area for now. And they did get the first one. There's no saying that Liquid can't make a team move in there and contest it.
And Matu has his Mjolnir now. Zai has had the Wraith Pact.
And there's the Ags
and is
coming
going
up.
for Aghanim Scepter. Spinner Snare, really.
Yeah, it is very good, this Ags. When you're playing a Brood role where you don't have to deal very much damage, this Ags is just incredible for map control.
Woke up, but they see Boxy. They're going to start charging him next to Liquid's outpost, technically in control of Aster right now. The charge is there, but the Frost is going to keep him healthy for the time being. Ori, though, and Baboka end up taking him out with the help of Monet. Just like that, it's a 5v4, but BKB already popped by XXS as they find Zai in the trees, but the charge onto Matu. See who they try to focus here. Firestorm doing a lot of percentage-based damage. Lich ult coming out, but it's only going to bounce once as Zai just gets cleaned up. Double kill for Monet as the Fiend Gate's back to the fountain. They can just refresh and rejoin this fight as Insania looks to be next. 3 dead for Liquid, and Aster looking very good now, but like you said, Roche is not going to be up for another minute, so yeah, they can't take advantage of that.
Definitely consider themselves lucky that this isn't up, because this would have been an easy collateral for Aster. Ward would have forced 2 buybacks out of Liquid, but yeah, just a very different fight in terms of positioning here, right? So you get the charge onto the Marcy, so she doesn't get to play the fight at all. Ori gets ruptured, they get this Marcy kill, they run back, and then they zone control. Underlord is creating tons of space by just running in with a Pit of Malice and just frontlining. Sniper is keeping them at bay with shrapnels. There's the Crystal Maiden ult coming up. It's just too difficult for Liquid to re-engage here. And a nicely played fight here from Aster will secure themselves a good position in the game once again. And the control of the pit, 30-second respawn on that. Both teams will want to get access to this. This is the second Roche, so
will come with a little bit of a bonus.
And 𝙎𝘿 has the data list, so he will start to hurt. He's opting to go for a Lincoln Sphere as the next item.
Okay, that's I like that approach too. You know, you're feeling a lot safer against the Rupture. You get yourself that freedom of movement.
Well, the Rupture's on his team.
Oh, I was looking at the Lesh. He's also going Lincolns.
Oh, yeah, that one makes sense.
I thought you were
I'm trying to figure out this.
Everybody gets a Lincolns.
The charge is very annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, the only way to take full advantage of that, if you're the Spirit Breaker, is to get an Axe, which he is going for. So the Lincolns won't be that big of a deal at that point.
Aster,
as we have a smoke now from Liquid.
Aster poked the Rosh and went out. They feel like Liquid are going to come contest this, and they're very right. The top lane is all the way in the tier 3 tower, and no one from Liquid's defending. This is a dead giveaway that Liquid are up to something here.
Rosh
and Aster will do the same. 𝙎𝘿𝘾𝙄𝘼 is terrifying with that Shadow Blade that he's had for a while. If they get vision on anyone, they could just get stunned out of nowhere on Liquid's side with very minimal defense, except like we talked about the Frost Shield, but doesn't really save you from this Radiant lineup very well.
Yep, Ori
will
used
handle
his
mid.
Bloodstone, thinking that he was going to get jumped, so another 15-second cooldown on that.
Success will find the ward.
Very tense as both teams know that Rosh is up.
The Gem knows that Liquid have vision here. Obviously not going to go for the D-ward. Way too risky. He could get jumped by Marcy and just blasted there, so... Gets the information, gets back. They have 𝙎𝘿𝘾𝘄 clean up mid with a charge. Next wave will now be cut by 𝙎𝘿𝘾𝘄 as well. Gonna clean this up out of the Shadow Blade, just killing all of those spiders in one charge.
Yeah, ever since they
it's gotta
changed
feel really good.
his bash to do that much damage to creep.
Yeah.
Even better counter.
I think this is the most CS I've seen a Spirit Breaker have minute 34 since 𝙎𝘿𝘶 played it mid. That's what spiders will do for you.
That is true. I mean, he's halfway to his Axe, and that thing is crazy.
Invisibility.
Still posturing on the other side of the map. No one quite ready to fight, knowing that this Rosh could potentially decide the game. I mean, it's a little early to call that, but
there's a very good chance that
the
it
win
leads to a
percentage
lane of
with
Barracks.
second Rosh has got to be really high for the against it. As look how close this game was.
Yeah.
68% for Aster. Do you feel that? Watching this right now as the
kinda do.
Rupture. On to Ori, gets disposed. Ori at half HP, he's gonna get bashed out of the mouth. Trying to right-click his way. Bloodstone's not gonna be enough. A 1-for-1, but it's a support for a mid. And Liquid trying to reset. Now that Boxy is on relatively low HP, disposed onto Matu with the rebound movement speed buff as well. They're able to reset completely.
Now the buyback from Insania, a 5v4 situation effectively here. 𝙎𝘿 has buyback too, but no BKB ready, so if he connects, he has to be careful. The trade-off here, of course, Liquid using 2 of theirs, Marcy and Bloodseeker with a minute cooldown, and Aster are actually confident that this is enough for them to contest the pit. They know they can buy back their 𝙎𝘿. What can he travel on? They have the outpost too, so the connection point is there.
Ooh. 𝙎𝘿𝘶 double damage as well. 𝙎𝘿𝘶 inside to Pit of Malice gets forced staff to safety, but they're gonna find a Space Cow first. Laguna Blade onto XXS. A nice Chain Frost bouncing as XXS still has the BKB activated. Siamese Cat looks to be next on the list, but double buybacks now from Aster, and they can reconnect relatively quickly. Especially wants to put a Fiend's Gate there. Still 5v5, but that is several buybacks from Aster. But like you said, the BKB is very important for Liquid. A charge on to 𝙎𝘿𝘶, but the Frost Shield is going to get a lot of this physical damage. Boxy's going to be dead. Trying to help his teammate, and 𝙎𝘿𝘶 pops the BKB. Trying to get the dieback onto Ori. He's at half HP, but the Bloodstone healing up to a high degree. It's not going to be enough. Ori diebacks at 𝙎𝘶. Stuck in. So what is it? He's just stuck there. Trying to right-click his way out of this. Getting some lifesteal now. But 𝙎, is he going to be able to take him out in the end? It's going to be close. 𝙎𝘶 is still lifestealing, despite just standing still for the last 30 seconds. Matu has already died, and now 𝙎𝘶𝘶 trying to chase the Lich, but there's the rebound. 𝙎𝘶𝘶 gets instantly stunned, disposed back, they kill 𝙎𝘶. Finally, he buys back into the game, though, and now the Unleashed going to town on XXS, who's bought back himself as well. Looks like Broodmother is next here, though, and now this has turned into a 3 versus 2, technically in favor of Aster, but 𝙎𝘶𝘶 dies. That's another dieback for him. Boxy TPing away. He is successful. 6K lead for Liquid. What the hell was that fight?
That's actually completely insane. If Aster do end up claiming this, I guess they're somewhat okay with what they had to throw for that. They spent, how many buybacks was that? I kind of lost the overview. So,
I mean, this isn't even accurate.
4 buybacks, I believe, from Aster used in this situation. Obviously, they had to buy back Ori in the beginning. So again, Ori really not progressing too much.
They want to go. They have the rebound available. Roche is relatively low. The frost shield is there, but a nice pit of Malice. Gonna root that. But Boxy gets to that pit. He gets to dispose of. Who gets the Roche is the question. Nobody wants to kill it. And finally, Monet, he snatches the Aegis. So technically, Liquid get the kill. Not sure who got the shard on top of that, but either way, Aster is happy with this exchange. Looks like Boxy, did he actually take the shard?
Boxy grabbed it, and in a fit of panic, he used it instantly. I don't think.
Oh no!
I don't think that's the best shard they could have used there. Maybe. What are the other options? Brood or Lina? Yeah, maybe it's actually the best one.
Might be fine. Actually.
Now they have a save that they haven't had before. They can obviously rebound the target away.
All right. Okay, not able to hit the LSA there, but.
I mean, honestly, the craziest thing about the team fight that we just saw was how long Monet stayed alive, right? And it's because he's getting Crimson guarded by the Underlord, so the spiders do 0 damage. Zai has a 0 damage item build, so he's basically tickling him. And Monet was just using Mask of Madness, standing still and pressing A-click on the ground.
I've never seen a sniper stand still for that amount of time. As we have some more action, it looks like potentially Rupture. But Zai is kind of stuck. He's going to get charged at. It's XXX is taking the brunt of the damage from Matu. He's going to get bashed up, but we'll be able to get the Fiend's Gate out in time. As Liquid just don't have the damage right now, but Zai, he gets charged in on, into the Nether Strike and into the right clicks of Monet. And now with the assault onto XXS, this is going to add insult to injury, and this push will be even faster for Aster. No pun, I mean, that was a rhyme. Intended. Tier 2 tower looks to be done. How much more can they get? Still 3.5 minutes on the Aegis.
50 seconds on Brood as well. Yep. And Zai does not have buyback gold. They do not know this for a fact, but they might have a feeling based on the Aghanim Scepter being purchased that he cannot reconnect to this fight. Still, you have to be a little bit careful about this high ground push. Marcy is very terrifying on defense, and as we've already established, Boxy with the dagger doesn't even need to rebound in. He can blink in and dispose and rebound out to maybe force a BKB. He can obviously also rebound in and dispose and then blink out if he's fast enough. If he takes any damage, that is not happening.
He can rebound his teammates.
He can also do that. He could rebound Mickey in and lose the game. That is another option he has.
We have seen it during the DPC. We have seen the Marcy Shard win games and lose games.
Yeah. Insania counting the buybacks there.
Yeah.
Wonder if he counted all of them and wrote down all the times. That would be very impressive. That would be inhuman, as a matter of fact.
Indeed. Nice to have a human calculator on your team, as I'm sure you can attest to.
Yep, I have that every game.
Minutes still on the Aegis for Aster, but Liquid, in terms of net worth, have the very slight lead right now. An incredibly close game. 𝙎𝙎 is bottled for Monet, and I'm sure that they're going to want to use it here to at least get a tier 3, if not try to get a barracks.
That bottom lane is very, very open. Minute 50. I don't know how much is left on the bottle. When did he pick that up? So if he picked it up around 40, it might have been sitting there for a little bit, but should have enough time to maybe connect on a wave. The spinner snares are starting to make life difficult for Aster. Very annoying.
Techies was deleted, but
I actually think
lives on in Brood.
I was saying this is kind of the new old Techies, spinner snare. It is incredibly annoying to play against. Don't underestimate how much the mental means, but well, no snares bottom just yet. Monet pops the 𝙎𝙎. Will force out the glyph. They will get another glyph after this tower falls, mind you, with the changes. So Liquid do have another round of defense for the barracks.
Tier 3 finally down.
Yeah, Monet's attack speed is nothing to scoff at. He's got a lot of attack speed items. They have the AC on the Underlord, Mask of Madness activation. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Aster. This is a big moment now. Liquid will try to find perhaps an angle. Pushing out mid for now. Do they even have any smokes left? They do not. Yeah, they do. They have one on Boxy. So if you want to challenge something here, they can, but it's a very, very difficult position to access yourself into. Yeah, you keep scouting them with spinner snare, though. Oh, Monet, will we flip another one? No, XXS, however. He'll find another spinner snare. I'm sure he's having a great time there.
They're smoked up, but he knows, right? It notifies them.
Yep. This is not happening.
That is actually hilarious, man. I think it's my first game casting Broodhags.
It's one of those things that's hilarious to watch, and then you're imagining being a player on Aster.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's
but that's Dota, right?
It is very annoying, let me tell you. All right, Liquid. It's time. Is this Aegis expiring just now? Aster will place XXS to cover the high ground. Boxy just goes in.
They know they get the bash up, and Monet is right-clicking from afar. Mickey about to BKB, gets a Laguna Blade, and now they jump on top of Monet and kill him immediately. No buyback for him. And Baboka now stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's their second. Make it 3 for Mickey. What a fight. What an initiation with no vision, I'm pretty sure. Not able to get the rebound. Boxy has been playing out of his mind. Now down the mid lane, Liquid goes with a 7K lead, knowing that a lot of these buybacks will not be available. Only the Underlord at the moment.
I mean, you just love the confidence from Boxy, right? The smoke breaks, he instantly just blinks up blindly and pops his ult and BKB. Finds a target, the fight breaks out, and Monet tries to come in and help, but they just destroyed him with Marcelina. He didn't even get to play the fight. Probably felt relatively confident with his Butterfly that he had something to stand his ground with, but just not the case. Liquid, are they actually just going to go for it?
They're going to try to go for it. They know that Sniper's not back for 60 seconds. Tier 4 is already at half HP. They're going to be able to take it out pretty swiftly. Can Aster actually defend this in a 3v5 situation? Finally, the fortification is popped. They won't have one for the rest of the game in all likelihood if they continue down this mid lane. Unleashes pop for Boxy, just priming and ready to go. One tier 4 down. Will Liquid continue on here? 33 seconds on Monet. Crimson Guard are trying to mitigate a little bit of damage here, but there's the initiation on XXS. They get the Rupture on and they force staff him as well, but he's going to live inside the fountain. But the tier 4 goes down as well. And now on to the Ancient. Ori pops a BKB and Bloodstone, but the focus is now on to the Ancient for Liquid. All they have to do is right-click, then they'll get game 1. Charge from Boca, pretty big, but make it continue to right-click with the data. That's going to be enough. Liquid takes game 1. Unbelievable. I don't know how this team continues to give everybody heart attacks around the world, but I'm close to that right now, Cinderin. Good Lord.
What an amazing way for them to do that. So the moment Aegis expires, they're like, it's go time. We smoke, they run in, they find an amazing fight. There's no buyback on Aster on the Sniper. Their best line of defense is out of play, and Liquid
around the world, but I'm close to that right now, Cinderin. Good Lord.
What an amazing way for them to do that. So the moment Aegis expires, they're like, it's go time. We smoke, they run in, they find an amazing fight. There's no buyback on Aster on the Sniper. Their best line of defense is out of play, and Liquid just take the risk. They're assuming he doesn't have the buyback with the fresh Butterfly, and they just commit. They run down the mid lane, they push through it, and they get the job done. What an amazing way to end that game. And not the way I thought it was going to end, or the speed.
Yeah.
This happened very suddenly. They found the perfect moment, and they get themselves up 1-0.
Absolutely unreal game. And if you're Aster, obviously we talked about they 2-0'd Liquid in the upper bracket. They face them now, and this is a team, this is a different Liquid team than we saw in the upper bracket. I mean, they were upper bracket, sure, but their momentum, despite this break, is just ridiculous. This is like Team Spirit, not to pat myself on the back, Team DC from TI6. Like, a lot of these memories are coming back to me, Sinner, and this team is pretty fearsome, to be sure. Let's go to the studio and see what they have to say. Don't listen to Sinner anymore.
Thank you for that. Indeed, I know that a lot of people were wondering, like, 5-day break, that momentum, it might be gone. No, it's not. No, it's not. Team Liquid take game 1 here against Aster, so they are one step away from getting to that final day of the International 11. I'm joined by Jenkins, Lacoste, and Effie. Effie, this game, where do you want to start breaking it down? Because it was such a close game till the very end when we saw Monet die without buyback.
I mean, that was a great game, just as we expect from Liquid, but I guess I just want to start from the draft, because I think that they did something really cool conceptually that game, which was they countered the Leshrac that they gave to Ori, which is one of his best heroes, with the same timing, the 15-minute pipe timing on the Broodmother, versus the 15-minute timing of the Blitzen and the Leshrac. And it felt like every time Ori was taking these fights, he just was not healing. And the BKB from Lina came in so early as well. So I think if you just break it down to basics like that, they had a lot of really cool ideas that they obviously prepared for.
How does this keep happening? Every single time Team Liquid plays, it's just pure chaos, pretty much. You know, ever since like their days in Alliance, some of these players, like that they're not going to be able to close out the game. Something weird's going to happen.
Like
this against Thunder
like
Awaken. Yeah.
Brood coming through the portal of the Underlord.
Yeah, Zai's like, yeah, I gotta check it out to see what's in this door. And yeah, he joins, but most of the time he was at the bottom, just chilling, farming his items. Something that Effie did mention. This was brutal. Like this fight right here, people life stealing from both of the Wraith packs, having the life steal from the sidekick, Paladin and Sword as well. I think Boxy is having the time of his life. Like this is some extremely good performance. This might even be, you know, Boxy Tuska really up there, but Boxy on Marcy completely different. That
TP was insane.
So many times clutch plays coming out from him.
It's like a redemption arc for him, I feel like, because you know, when Liquid lost Taiga, I think a lot of people were thinking, you know, Taiga, for this guy, he's an offlaner. He's coming in and taking Taiga's role, you know, fan favorite going over to OG, but it's like he has absolutely proven himself over the year. I think we were pleasantly surprised casting him in throughout the EU DPC, but this isn't just like a pleasant surprise from him. This is fucking insane. He's legitimately carrying his team. That last game was entirely on his shoulders. The blink up onto the high ground, the BKB TP out that we saw. He was not only initiating every single fight, his 2 cores were dead, and he was carrying it. He was doing the damage. This guy's a 4 position, not the carry.
No, he's definitely insane on that role, as you say. And someone who's also insane, a little bit, is Direction Slack, who's in the crowd.
Stadium is packed. I thought that we would go and talk to some people about that last game. Pretty exciting stuff here. Hello. Who are you rooting for in that last game?
Liquid, obviously.
Obviously. Is that, oh, wow, oh, wow. Oh, well, what'd you think?
I thought it was phenomenal.
And what do you think about this stadium here right now? You feeling it? You feeling the TI hype?
Oh, it's beautiful. Look at it. We got flags and banners going on. It's great.
All right. Where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
Canada? I saw the hat. I thought you were one of my people. Can we get one yeehaw, please? Canadian yeehaw?
Yeehaw!
Yeah! All right, any Aster fans? Aster fans? Anybody like Aster? Oh, okay, we got an Aster fan. What do you think about that last game, my friend? They need some words of encouragement. Anything to say?
They're both pretty good, but I just support whoever wins the team fight, actually.
Okay, well, that's depressing. I think they needed something more. Don't worry, you can do it, Aster, right, boy? Everybody, we got? Aster! Aster! All right, fantastic. Well, we're going to pass it back to the panel, my friends. But before we do, I just wanted everyone in the arena to let those people that are watching know what they missed. Can we please tell them from home how hyped we are? Let's go, Singapore! I'll do it. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Indeed, Slacks and banners. What more do we really need? I know that Aster needs a little bit more, though, because they got a lot of pressure on them now, Lacoste.
Yeah, most definitely, because, you know, they showed how good Dota they can play on LAN, but if they don't win this series, this is going to be the second time in TI history that there's not going to be a Chinese team in top 3. There was one time that it happened, it was TI3, but other than that, you know, they are carrying the torch for their region.
Yep, definitely, because they eliminated the other Chinese team that was in the TIs, that was still in TI, and PSG LGD. Let's hear them talk about it.
打那个汤者的时候，我能感觉到我们队有一趟压力，就是自己给自己压力，就没有什么别的原因，就是可能感觉就是放不开吧，就我们。我觉得兰姆他就是，然后输给汤角之后，他还跟我们说了，是我们打的太没有那个进攻性了，就是打得太怂了，然后我们总结过了就改天就打败了，感觉吧，就是。
就感觉老干爹一直是我们就是在中国赛区最大的竞争对手，然后之前也很多比赛被他们什么3比0、2比0，然后就各种被他们就是被他们干嘛，然后。
Minute 22, Gaben gave Radiant 88% chance of winning.
Damage is going to be enough to actually get beautiful rolls coming out from XXS. They take him out 2 for nothing to start this fight. He's A-OK as Ori. He's going to get the instant kill onto Nothing to Say, who does not have buyback. And now they're going to turn this around onto the Primal Beast. This looks like the beginning of the end of game number 1 as Aster has come back with a vengeance. He's going to get the double spear with the shard. Triple kill on Ori. Nothing to Say is dead. Will he get the Sunder? No. 4 dead for PSG LGD as GG's come out. Aster eliminate LGD from TI11.
How did it feel knocking out LGD? What was it like?
打完之后感觉又是挺可惜的，感觉就有被死边什么的，看蛮可惜的感觉。
这次到了 TI， 肯定还是想往更高的名次冲刺，想把以前的那些输掉的比赛都赢回来。
我觉得我们今年这5个人在一起的那一刻，我就觉得我们是奔着今年的冠军来的。我
挺难忘的吧，这7年来，这是我第一次冲进 TI 4强，并且有拿冠军的机会吧，所以我非常珍惜这一把翻盘，然后也很珍惜和我的队友走到现在。
我觉得不管是老干爹还好，还是我们，还是RNG好，为了中国粉丝尽力去拿下这一个冠军吧。然后之前中国赛区的成绩都比较不错，然后都是老干爹，差不多都是老干爹拿的。然后今年到我们了，所以我觉得我们也要接下这个重任，然后不负众望。
Now that for sure is a lot of responsibility to carry on your shoulders, but if there's one coach that can propel you to do that, it is 𝙈𝙀𝘾, because he's been at every international, apart from one. He only missed TI7. This is his 10th international, his first as a coach, and he knows what you need as a player, I think, Jenkins, in order to make sure that you can focus on your game most of all.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's been one of the most experienced people at this TI at the start and at the end, which it is funny that for this TI, a lot of the newcomers, the new blood, we're actually losing them. We're down 20% in terms of new blood versus old blood. It turns out experience is reigning supreme here, at least in the main stage of TI.
Yeah, Aster still has also a first-timer, Effie.
Yeah, in 𝙈𝙾𝘾𝘄𝘼. Interestingly enough, we found out today that he's the oldest player on Aster, but he is the newest to competitive play, which I thought was really cool because he's kind of like Aster's troublemaker in that he's always starting fights in pubs in China and coming up with memes. But I really like that you guys brought up the experience factor because that really feels like it was what Aster was lacking. Last year, they had really great results within China, but not internationally. But this year, they brought in Ori, who has so much competitive experience, and it really felt like that was the piece of the puzzle they needed, just some in-game shot caller, someone to play around, someone who knows their stuff. And if you combine that with 𝙈𝙀𝘾𝘄𝘼, who we've already talked about has so much TI experience, you can really see the effect of it on this team.
You can indeed. Fun fact about Pichu, or 𝙈𝙾𝘾𝘄𝘼, is that he wants to open a patch shop. He wasn't playing professional Dota 2, but he is playing professional Dota 2. A catch shop specifically, by the way, what's in the name? And he is playing Dota 2. He's walking to the stage right now. We got Team Liquid and Aster for the second game of this best of 3. They'll be taking their places. The pressure is on. The crowd is there to give them more energy, though, to propel through for sure as they are taking their seats. Now, one thing we've been talking about Aster, and we can continue talking about Aster, but isn't it also a lot of fun to hear players talk about players or teams talk about teams? For example, to hear Team Liquid talking about Team Aster.
I think Aster, they're individually, they're very, very strong.
A lot of the Chinese teams tend to have like a very good idea of like cohesion, and they play together very well, and they understand like how to ebb and flow around the map. Like when someone's being aggressive on one side, the other side is defensive, and they play this kind of map very, very well.
I think their individual strengths, along with like, I'm sure Lana brings a lot to the table because the cohesion and their overall strategies is also very solid. In a lot of games, you can see they get severely outfarmed, but it doesn't matter because they just construct this 5-man ball that eventually will win the game. You know, no matter how much you outfarm them, they will win the game. It's their style, and it works well for them, and we're gonna try to counter that.
Well, and they did already in that first game, of course. I want to talk a little bit more about the game plan that we saw coming out from Aster. This is one of the faster drafts we've had, right? Because you do have 5 days to prepare. We saw the Underlord Spearbreaker, XXS 𝙎𝙬𝘾𝙄𝘼 have been playing together in the same team since 2015. That's over 7 years, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, 7 years. Some people have not been playing Dota for that long that are in this tournament, which is, you know, pretty impressive. Sticking together, the chemistry is out there, and they're on to something. I mean, Monet did talk about, you know, I'm going to quote him, with the 5-day break, it feels like everyone's caught on a cliffhanger. Like, it's a lot of time to think about what you're gonna do, and I kind of liked what they had in this game number 1 with the Spirit Breaker and the Underlord, because you can have like a bit more of a global presence, and also Underlord against the Bloodseeker, where you can use the portal reset, going back to Fountain while you're ruptured and then come back in. So you know that they're theory crafted quite a lot. We could see this in game 1, but they might need to bang out something even stronger.
But to talk about the other side of the coin, I think Liquid prepared for this match so well. I was genuinely so impressed. I did manage to talk about it a little bit, but they gave away Aster's comfort heroes. They gave away the 2 heroes that they lost to in the upper bracket, right? They lost to Aster's 𝙎 and their sniper in that game 1, and they just comfortably gave it away with ideas of their own. And I thought that Broodmother into the 𝙎 was very innovative, because typically you don't really think about them as a timing versus timing hero, but that's actually what it turned out to be. And of course, Boxy, who lost on the Marcy twice to Aster, just came out swinging, right? He had a great upper bracket performance, but this one topped even that. So I feel like Liquid, their momentum didn't stop. The 5-day break did not hurt them like a lot of fans were worried that it would do. It actually seems to have benefited them. And you can really see the impact of the 3 coaches in Liquid now in this 5-day break. They really upped their analysis.
And going back to Aster, I don't feel like what they prepared is something that they want to go back on. I think they can feel pretty good about that game, especially 𝙎𝙬𝘾𝙄𝘼 on the Spirit Breaker. He was, I think,
some clutch stuff.
Yeah, the same way that we're talking about Boxy playing Marcy, if Aster had won, we'd be saying almost the exact same stuff about 𝙎𝙬𝘾𝙄𝘼. Like, the 4 positions both carried so hard in both of these games. So I feel like the game just came down. It was very close for the entire thing. It was back and forth either way, and it came down to like 1 or 2 like clutch fights right at the end. I think Aster can repeat the same thing, maybe with a little bit of a tweak, and they can feel good about their preparation.
I mean, after the game, it's easy to say, oh, they should have done this, done that, but I don't mind. Like, I think Aster played well. The shot calling, went to use the buybacks. This is where the game kind of went towards Liquid's way, because they used 4 buybacks, and they didn't get too much out of it. They got Aegis, Boxy did still shard, and it's a meme shot. You know, he also consumed it.
Okay, guys, it is time. We're going to head into that second game of Liquid versus Aster. Let's head over to some experts for the draft.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 2.
Thank you, voice of God. Suns fan here with Cinderin, and again joining us is Stormstormer and Toby from Entity. Game 1. What did you guys think?
Exciting match. Great to kick off, I think. A lot of action in early and mid game, a lot of fighting. I think you could see the nerfs a bit as well. Like, people tend to go for a bit more risky plays and stuff, but I mean, that's what the stage makes you do. So pretty enjoyable, pretty back and forth game, enjoyable to watch.
Feels like having a player like Boxy, who's not afraid to take risks, is so powerful when you're in this game state. And he was on the Marcy, which he will not be this time, because it will be on Aster. I think we unanimously agreed that it felt like Boxy probably the MVP of that last game. Yeah. Just tons of playmaking, a lot of confidence, just really landing stun after stun. When his smoke breaks, he's just blinking in, setting things up for his team, giving vision. This time around, though, has to find another solution.
Yep. Draft's looking pretty similar again. I guess the only new hero is the Tusk.
Oh, there's a Primal Beast. Oh,
you're right.
yeah. Primal's in the pool, you're right.
So you talk about how Marcy owned, and these are fast picks, by the way. These teams know exactly what's going on, but Boxy's Tusk has been pretty disgusting as well. Like, he's played like 3 or 4 heroes like S tier.
Yep. For sure.
Do you like it as a counter 4 matchup against Marcy? Is Tusk one of the better ones, or do you not really mind?
I think Boxy just went down his list and took the second hero after Marcy.
That's honestly how it goes sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I mean, one of the very crazy things is the 8 sniper on Aster. It seems like they have very high confidence pick. Like, they rate it super highly. There's not a Lina this time, and sniper is usually a Lina counter, so they just like it no matter what. Bans are also looking pretty similar. It looks like Liquid is going the list down again. They banned the Mars second stage as well last time.
Yep.
Don't remember what else they banned. I think Naga, but that was for the Brood, so they might not opt to that.
Yes, they banned Mars, Naga, and Pango. I do think the Pango will go idWalo. So, yeah, it's. I feel like when you're targeting XXS in second phase bans, these would be my 2 go-to ones. A potential honorable mention to Brewmaster. I don't know if. I guess Brew's a pretty good hero against lashe, right? I've seen some teams use it as a counter pick. Just, lashe hits this amazing timing with Bloodstone. You just cyclone him and fight someone else. So it might be worth a ban here for Liquid as well.
I think it's also one of XXX's top tier heroes, and they're gonna have to pick 16, 17. They don't know what they're going up against. And I think Aster is one of the teams that might pick it up if it's not getting banned in second stage. If you think it's good, Toby.
There's a Visage for him.
He plays Visage?
Yeah.
We're really going to be in position for Chain Frost. He's never going to be in range for the... And he's one of the heroes that can kill the Spire if Lich goes for that. He's kind of a hybrid mix.
I think the Frost here would have been good against both Sniper and Marcy.
Yeah.
Like, just counter to hard with the lashe. Also, the Brewbound coming out last from Liquid, I think that's very smart. XXS really loves this hero. The main coming out is no surprise, honestly. Maybe it's a surprise it didn't get banned. It's one of those heroes that Insania just loves to play another Frost hero and stronger lane. Surprised it didn't get banned, I guess.
Yeah, they're more afraid of Lich than Serum.
Yeah. But I think it makes sense against Marcy and Sniper with the Lashe.
I guess.
With the shield.
Do you think there's any downside to having a lineup that doesn't have a ton of flexibility right now? You kind of know where I mean, you said they could play position 1 Lashe technically. You said Aster wasn't able to do that probably. See a Putka.
Oh. Okay. This Sniper punches flex, definitely.
I meant for Liquid.
Yeah, I think Liquid, they don't flex the Lashe too much. I also played Lashe a single time this tournament, and Mika always had good results.
Mika can play safe lane Lashe.
I suppose, yeah. If there's a good spirit. Oh, wow.
Oh, silence. Silence.
They really want a solution for the Sniper in their lineup here with that backline jump.
This is radiant.
So I believe it was Liquid against 𝙬𝘼𝘾 where Thunder were picking Pudge into lashe, and he is just insane against this hero. You pop Flesh Heap, you take basically no damage from Edict, you take almost no damage from Pulse Nova if you have any sort of magic resist on top of it. So is a direct counter here from Aster to the lashe. Do you feel like Storm's matchup against Pudge is meaningful though, or?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's I honestly don't have to play any heroes, but it's probably a decent matchup for the Storm Spirit. He does very well against many melee heroes, and obviously an answer to Sniper, which I feel like they were lacking. I think the mid matchup is probably fine.
I've seen Storm lose mid really hard to Sniper.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking as well. So like they could actually opt to put the Sniper mid and the Pudge carry. That could be a very, I think, Sniper matchup bidding against.
Is there a world that you can play a 3 Pudge on XXS? Because he has also played that hero in the past, or is that just kind of outdated at this point? We've barely seen it this tournament, right? It's almost only carry and mid.
I think that would be wild. I think that would be... Especially because Monet and Ori are just insanely powerful on it.
Yep.
And I picture XXS as sort of the teamfight hero player, like the Panda like a band out the Pango, the Mars. They even banning like more and more of the time. I think they want some AoE control. Last pick on Aster possible.
Liquid, by being second pick, will have the ultimate last pick of the draft. You guys need to pick a hero for XXS now. What's it going to be? Like you don't know your carry matchup. So I'm assuming you're trying to pick an offlaner that initiates for your team and maybe has a solution for Storm to an extent, or Sanking?
No. No. You don't want to get counterpicked by Matu and playing his Sank.
Yeah, so...
Casual Visage.
Visage? Okay.
Any melee strength hero.
Visage is pretty cool. I guess Aster's team fight would then not look that good. I'm still curious if Liquid is thinking about putting the Lash Strike possibly on Matsu, but I think it's almost 99% on Zai. Multiple times.
Like Dawnbreaker against...
Oh, Dawnbreaker's still the killer. Liquid might ban it though.
Yeah. Dawn for success is definitely an option. He was banned last game as well by Liquid. It's kind of going down the list again. I wonder if there's anything else they have their eyes on as a potential threat that Aster might go for, but yeah, Dawn seems pretty solid.
Also in the pool even. So Brood is now the Enigma, not Mars, Pango, Tide. So many free for that. And
They
the
will rate the Visage higher. Okay.
Toby got it.
It feels like Dawn is a layer of protection for the sniper later on as well. Like it could be the difference maker about whether he stays alive or not if he gets jumped by like Storm Tusk. All can buy some time. And you also have the hook obviously to try, and you have the... If it gets really crazy, maybe you can get a dispose off, but most of the time that's going to be tough. So what do you feel now? You like the Visage, right? And now that's not an option for Aster anymore. So what
I don't really like Dawn, but it's the only thing left.
Still the best one.
I'm not sure what else is even still left in the pool. And you have to consider that Liquid has the ultimate last pick again.
I'd say I've seen Lone Druid do pretty well against Dawn in games that I've watched. Not really here at TI. I don't think it's been a common matchup, but just high-ranked top games, Lone Druid fares well in that lane a lot of the time. Are you thinking about Lone as Aster? You probably are, right? As an option here for Liquid. So is that a concern for Dawn, or is it still just the best choice you have and you just kind of have to deal with it?
I think you just have to pick it.
It's also the Underlord that he last game. Maybe it's a tough blind pick, but it's
Omni Knight. Omni Knight. Wow. Okay.
Who's a core? Marcy or Omni?
Or Jakiro.
Or Jakiro.
So this is a Matu hero, right? Lone Druid, you're saying? What do you guys think of Spectre? Good against Sniper, good against like pure damage through Omni Knight's ult?
I think they have punch problems.
Punch is too good against that?
Yeah, they need someone to kill
damage for punch.
Yeah, the lifesteal Arsenal. The Spectre is not really needed because you already have the Storm. Against the Sniper, you could double counter him, but I'm not sure also how... Like, Spectre is pretty outdated hero.
Is there actually even a carry left that counters Pudge on that matchup? Ursa, Bloodseeker, and Lifesteal are the three best. They're all gone. Something like CK can sometimes overpower it, but you're still against Flesh Heap and you're against GA, so that's kind of worry.
Yeah.
That's a concern. You have no dispels whatsoever against Omni in this game. I actually really like this last pick from Aster, given that they don't have ultimate last pick. I think it puts a lot of pressure on Liquid to find a perfect hero that might not exist.
Morphling is the perfect hero, but Matu doesn't play it.
Matu plays Morph? No. Maybe he hasn't played it this tournament. He definitely plays it.
Yes. I mean, there's always like, depends what you practiced in the last couple of months and how confident you're on it. In any case, is this an offlane Omni, you think? Or X against Marcy? That's actually like still not obvious.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily.
But what if it's an Ori?
Sounds like offlane Omni.
Carry Marcy with Omni support. That's also an option.
It looks like
probably
they made their selection. They're going to wait till the last second. The whole gyro meme, I believe, is what Blitz said, to make Insania sweat a bit. Okay.
Nice call, Toby.
Toby proved.
Well, you said it was the best pick, but you also said he wasn't playing it, so you get 1 point out of 2. That's still pretty good.
Laughing, so I think
he's
understood.
like, it's perfect.
So it's like, I don't play this hero, guys.
Toby on the case predicting every hero.
Alright, so whose draft you guys like?
So it's a 5 Omni for Pichu. Offlane Marcy X success. Ori mid Pudge.
Ori mid Pudge, exactly. I like Liquid's draft, honestly. It's confidence coming out from this Morphling pick. I think it's a very good Morphling game. Also, Zai has done wonderful things on the Slash, Boxy Tusk. Curious to see how this mid matchup will go in the end. The Stormer gets punched, but Liquid's draft is...
I like Liquid's draft as well.
Them because it's Morphling last pick. Got them.
How do you think Marcy Sniper fares against Lesh Tusk? I feel like that might be the lane to watch here. Is that clearly favored for either team? Assuming it's... Or, sorry, I said Marcy Sniper, sorry. Sniper Omni. Do they have the tools necessary to lane
Sniper
against
Omni
Lesh
should
Tusk?
do very well in this lane. Unless they get out.
And Marcy in any lane.
Yeah.
I think that's what we learned at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is still bonkers, I guess.
Plus 4 Jakiro, by the way.
Yeah, so Marcy Jakiro against Morph Maiden probably is going to be a farming lane, usually, right? But the Omni Sniper is definitely an oddball.
I guess the Mars is also like not counted in any way this game, except the Morphin Baby. I'm not sure what the lane goes like, but these Marcy games.
So Sir Action Slacks, I believe, is with us here with a nice interview before game number 2. Let's hear what he has to say.
Prepare for battle.
不要凶嘛，我不是故意的。
每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。
不要凶嘛，我不是故意的。
感谢大哥送的人头，比心哦。
3, 2, 1, adiós. 我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！我正补，我反补，我正补，我又反补啦！ 3, 2, 1, adiós.
30 seconds to battle.
Sunsfan. You're welcome.
Hello, Sunsfan. Thank you. Liquid versus Aster game number 2. And we're going to see a Matu morph, as we already discussed. We're going to see Omni Knight support, which is a hero that didn't exist till recently, it feels like. Tell me what this hero offers.
Yeah, so Omni usually will, on level 1, kill Hammer of Purity, which is also what he has done here. So it's his trading ability in lane. You just do some damage and you trade HP off. You bring your tangos yourself and you try to trade with either the enemy support or the enemy off lane or whatever is better. And then later, okay, that's a start from Ori.
Yep, the hook looks good. He's all warmed up from game number 1.
Yep.
Like, just give me Pudge. This is an elimination game. Give me Pudge. I want to have fun.
I will say, to be honest, this has been one of Ori's most impressive heroes to watch this year. After it became relevant as a core hero, he's been one of the standout players on it. So I think Aster will feel confident having him running that. To finish off on the Omni thought, aside from this early laning trading that he does here with Boxy, who's pulling the wave, what Omni is going to offer is a lot of defense. It's one of the most defensive supports in the game. You have a strong heal, you have a Dispel that gives regen, and your ulti, obviously the full physical block, which Liquid have done a very good job at. You know, with their lineup, they have solutions for Guardian Angel. Okay, Ori.
Yeah, he pops Fairy Fires as a result. Matu getting pretty low in the bottom lane, and Zai getting low in the top lane.
And if only there was a Bloodseeker in this lane, he would have a million move speed right now, but...
talk to me about the mid matchup. So Ori on the Pudge, Mickey on the Storm Spirit, which is just... We've talked about this hero a lot, but very level dependent.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's being played in gets benefited from his passive, which is now an active. He has great base damage. He can write good pack animation. Like, it's really hard to deal with this hero.
I think this lane is pretty dangerous for Storm, because if you do get hooked, you have no way of repositioning yourself. You have 285 move speed, so you can never outrange the Pudge.
Yeah.
Even if you Vortex, the slow isn't enough, slow yourself. So it's kind of a balancing lane where Pudge needs to gauge whether he can go for a kill or not. And if he can, and lands a hook, he probably just gets it. Oh boy, insane.
Yeah, dispose, and first blood this time goes to Aster.
Look at that, it's the same as last game. Marcy jumps maiden and kills her in the same place.
Marcy is, I mean, I talk about it. Wait, Primal Beast wasn't banned at all? Or was that in the second?
He was ignored, I think.
Completely ignored. Wow.
I believe so.
Yeah, Primal Beast and Marcy, we were both expecting to be the most pick / ban, but to get through at this late in the tournament, shocking.
Yeah, and there's that trade-off. Ori's going for it.
Rod, we got a TP coming in, but Boxy is a little too late. Gets the ice shards off.
He's level
Water
1
Rune
though.
Is popped by Ori, and looks like he's fine. Wants a high five. Will he get a high five back?
Boxy just focusing on CS.
Oh, this is concerning for Liquid. Once Ori gets going on this hero, he has the ability to completely take over games. He's gonna now go and get the bounty rune for a refill.
Oh, yeah,
also gonna hook the Centaur for some added benefit. He's gonna get a Tango, a Heavenly Grace. Everything to make good old Pudge happy here. And yep, that solo kill mid is enormous. He's 600 net worth now ahead of that Storm. And the level advantage is nothing to ignore either. When Storm hits 6 after Pudge, instantly at risk. Any connection on a hook is a kill. You can even just walk up and dismember him if the lane positioning is unfortunate for Mikko. He's not paying attention or being careful enough all the time. Yeah, it's scary. This mid lane start for Liquid, definitely not
even
what they were
taking
hoping.
into account that there's a Marcy on your team that has not even bothered to help out in mid lane because they don't need to, because he's winning that, and now they're going to go on top of Insania again as Matu trying to deal some damage to Baboka, but it looks like Insania will be the death for Liquid again. 0-2 thus far in this lane.
Maiden Morph, just not the strongest of lanes, especially in the early levels. Liquid obviously acknowledging that Morphling has a good core game, but the Marcy Jakiro lane, insanely strong matchup. You're gonna hit level 3 now as well, Ori will. Water.
Alright, they're gonna go on top of the Moan A here. Looks like they'll find the kill first before Zai ends up being the trade. Favoring Liquid here.
Yeah.
Siamese Cat trying to harass Foxy away. Well, XXS tries to go for a cheeky rebound play, but Matu, as long as you get that strength off, they're not going to die in all likelihood. Ori, like you said, level 5, almost level 5.5, as Mickey just hits level 5 now, so he will have a kill opportunity. See how passive Mickey will be at that point.
Ane is doing some serious damage to Boxy, not enough though. And yeah, this lane from Liquid, it's really fun to watch this lane because it feels so different. We've seen, not the Lesh Tusk is pretty common, right? The Omni Sniper might be the first time this tournament this lane is even played, I would imagine. It's very special in the sense that Sniper has basically no way of repositioning himself, but Omni can make you strong enough to maybe stand your ground, even against Tusk Lesh. As long as there's creeps around that can eat part of the Edict, which, by the way, Zai isn't even skilling. He's going Lightning from stun for now, but Edict will be coming later. Perhaps it's enough. I also wonder how comfortable Liquid are playing against this matchup and Omni in general.
Foxy, he's in a rough spot. Gets off a nice ice shards though. Foxy, one of the best Tusk players in the world, of course. We've seen this time and time again. Certain death in the eye is hook onto the range creep.
Yep. Might have wanted the siege actually, but
yeah, possibly. Either way, the next creep should get him to level 6, and that is where Mickey has to be extremely careful. But Ori's taking a lot of damage here. So he has 10 wand charges right now.
It is power rune time though.
Yeah,
get 6, and he's gonna go for it right away.
Immediately, here comes the snowball to try to cancel, but the damage is already done to Mickey. Another TP coming from Insania. Mickey dies first though, as Baboka is the one technically getting credit for that one. In the meantime, has to TP back to Fountain in the top lane.
Yeah, so the trade-off here is it's a 1-for-1 kill, but Liquid have to bring 2 supports to get the trade, and obviously that leaves their side lanes exposed, and Aster identify that and immediately take advantage of that top. Lesh is not a good hero 1v2. This hero thrives on playing with ideally a melee 4 that can set him up and tank some damage, go first. Once that's out of the window, even a lane like Sniper Omni can actually just bully you out. Put on a little bit of a Hammer of Purity and a Shrapnel and just run Lesh down, and he has to back, so.
Talk to me about back to Pudge, of course.
Yeah.
Stop talking about this fat guy, but
understandable.
Ori has his phase boots. He's going for the casual cloak into Ag. That's really fast.
Yeah.
Is that because he's owning right now?
It's that, and he has Omni, right? I think that that extra layer of protection really helps in speeding up your hero going for a faster pace, so I don't mind it. We've seen some different builds on Pudge. We've seen Blink Rush was popularized, especially in China earlier this year. Cloak into Axe has been run without Omni as well, so it's not like a first time. We've seen Hood into Axe. Let's see, if he dies once, he might just buy a Hood for value. But as long as he's balling like this, I mean, he has died once. If he dies again,
yeah, but it was a good trade.
It was a trade.
He got the XP.
Oh, close to hitting that hook on Mickey. Had the ward seeing Mickey's movement, which he's now gonna ping, is like, why on earth would Ori ever hook here unless he saw me on a ward? But Ori did not count correctly with the didn't account for Storm's slow movement speed and threw the hook out too early. 𝘎𝘁 obviously not and having boots will make that movement
Imagine being that slow and it benefiting you as 𝘎𝘁 gets out the electric vortex. Boxy is here as well. 𝐼𝑠hards to connect onto Ori. He's stuck here. Gets off the hook though. Instant on the dismember, so no kill comes out from Aster this time. But that is a haste rune.
This rune is insane on Pudge.
Indeed. And just like that, 𝘎𝘁 zips as far away as he can, knowing that he can't really contest here.
Or he's going to see Boxy. He might just go for it. So keep in mind, Ori's going for a pretty standard Pudge build here. He's going 1-3-2, which means when he activates Flesh Heap, it blocks all of the self-damage from Rot. This spell gains so much from the second point. And when you have that haste rune, you can just run at people with Rot and Flesh Heap on the duration, usually enough to find a key kill fight. So you've got to be very, very careful as Liquid around the map right now.
Yep, and they actually just drew. That was Boxy. They know that this is gank attempt is happening. Zai TP's out. Good attempt from Ori.
Yeah, good read
for
for
the haste now and get back.
Great from Zai to TP there, because I think a lot of players in that situation just start running and probably get out from running, aside from the obviously Pudge connection there. So he knew that that was a haste play coming in when Sniper started playing aggro, and instantly. Well done. Still a very Aster favored early game. Last game was a lot more even at this point. Pretty
With
scary.
all this movement, it's kind of created space here for 𝘉𝑇u to catch up a bit. He's top 2 net worth right now. Up to a pretty good start. Of course. Oh, he's going straight Lincoln right away. First item. This is like super old school.
Pretty old school. It's not a build we see as commonly right now.
Scania is eventually, surely Crystal Maiden doesn't run away from somebody. Surely he is dead. They want Ori to try to get these Flesh Heap stacks. The hook connects, and Ori gets another Flesh Heap stack to his name, which is now at 3. Yeah,
that might be the longest that Maiden has escaped from a gank ever.
That was like, I thought it was slow motion at first.
Yeah.
Big zip in with a connection from Boxy. They're focusing on 𝙎𝘁. They get him. Okay, a little bit low on mana as Ori is now TP'd in for a connection of their own, faking the hook. Not going to go for it.
That was with the power rune picked up from 𝘎𝘁. He got a double damage, and that enabled that play to be very swift. So immediately converting that to a support kill. Not the biggest, but it's still nice for Liquid to force rotation, if nothing else, from Aster. They do get the TPs in toward mid, which I think arguably are worth more than the kill itself in that instance. Ori as well as 𝘎𝑗u's TPs on cooldown, which could potentially open up for something here up top. Boxy is thinking about it. He's getting level 6 from the next creep in Fog. 𝘎𝑗u in a very good position here, covering Monet, and it is a difficult kill. Keep in mind, if he Heavenly Graces at the right time and removes multiple abilities, Monet just gets that bit stronger. That could keep him alive. He also has Raindrop and a decently charged up wand. This play probably does not actually exist for Liquid. Hook, 𝘉𝑇u with a quick wave form.
And just go for the tier 1 tower. On top of the Omni Knife potentially. Gets off the Heavenly Grace, but Boxy, he's the one kind of isolated right now. The snowball is going to buy him a little bit of time, but he's just going to get right-clicked by Monet. Really easy kill here from Aster.
Yeah, and Liquid even brought a Maiden for that just to die in a 2v3. That feels really bad. You're the one allocating resources to try to threaten this sniper, and he's just standing his ground, showing to be way too powerful with the Omni Knight behind. You kind of settled for trying to go on the Omni, but just not possible.
Well, we got Ori gonna get the dismember off, but that's against another punch named 𝘉𝑇u. Trying to get off a little bit of damage here, but he's gonna get Ice Path inside the macro fire. Hook back into the fray. Down goes 𝘉𝑇u. Zip back in, but now the Heavenly Grace comes out as 𝘎𝘁 has to walk away in shame. Aster here in numbers. Not sure if they see Insania, but
yeah, he's got no resources left.
He's a pig.
Oh, this is one way Maiden can escape for a few seconds, but now she's slow.
Oh! Crystal Maiden jukes in slow motion, but XXS is here. And again, the case of Insania's life, but he created a little bit of space.
I would think it's impossible for him to beat his record from 2 minutes ago, but here we are. He actually kited them for a good half minute there. That If you're a maiden, you take that. That feels pretty good, actually.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Splitter connects, and there's Matu coming in with the waveform. Mone's just going to get right-click down into Oblivion, but Ori is coming into the fray as well. He's going to get stunned right off the bat. It's just a 3v versus 1 against this tanky Pudge. Splitter connects. This is going to be a huge kill for Liquid if they're able to grab him, and it looks like they will. A little bit late on the Heavenly Grace for Siamese Cat. So 2 core kills for Liquid.
Yeah, and Tower. That could not have gone any better. And not a ganking duo you would expect in that instance as Monet. It's the Lesh Morph gank in the side lane. And the TP too late from Ori, and Omni Knight did not have one, I believe, so couldn't show up and protect in time. A big moment for Liquid, just recovering a lot of their early game deficit there. With 1 swift move, they find 2 cores in a tower. Doesn't get much better than that.
That was a save your friend syndrome domino effect. Something. But on the bright side for Aster, Ori is more than halfway to his Ags, and once he gets that against a Lesh, against the Morph, it still works that way in Morph, right? The health reduction. Actually, can't remember anymore.
Yeah,
that was changed.
It should favor Aster.
So a really good Pudge Ags game. Very happy all the time, don't
they? They do. I mean, it did win
good.
game 1.
Oh. That's true. That'll help. Indeed.
Let us fight!
Path not able to connect here. But yeah, I mean, this game was definitely Aster favored, but that one move, it felt like it brought Liquid back into the game. Essentially even for net worth-wise, at least. See, Zai still working on the Bloodstone. Obviously, position 3 is not going to farm nearly as fast as the usual mids that we've been seeing. 𝙎𝘼𝘋 relatively close to finishing the Sage Kaya. Of course, on Matu's side, let's go back to this Lincoln Sphere. This is like a Dota 1 classic. Literally every game you buy this first item. And then early games of Dota 2, it kind of transitioned over.
Dire's tower is under attack.
I don't remember why. Just more items were added.
Yeah, a lot of the times you would see now, I think most Morphlings buy Falcon Blade into something else than Lincolns. There's like plenty of item builds you can go on this hero, but I'm just looking for the reasoning for the Lincolns. If it's, is it Dismember? Is it Dispose?
Okay. And those 3 members of Aster, he doesn't seem to give a crap about it. There goes the Guardian Angel, and 𝙎𝘋𝘋 just gonna get punished right off the bat. And Aster super happy with this exchange as Insania baiting them into a potential chase of the lifetime again, but they will give up on that.
You can't underestimate how much Omni does in these situations. If you're jumping a support and you're like, man, he's low, I can get this kill. Omni casts Heavenly Grace and the level 1 Purification, and Baboka all of a sudden wasn't even remotely close to dying. 𝙎𝘋𝘋 needs backup. This is not the greatest Storm game to solo kill in, because the enemy supports are actually relatively tanky, right? There's a Jakiro, there's an Omni. If you want to get a solo kill on either, you really have to burst your entire mana pool away, and then might not even be able to get out afterwards, so might have had to wait for the Sanj Kai there. That could have made the difference, potentially.
Ori destroying an illusion here. As you can see, a bunch of items picked up. So Bloodstone for Zai, and we saw Ori's Aghanim Scepter now being completed.
But it's insanely strong right now. It's easily the strongest hero on the map. If he has Omni Knight protection and he gets Flesh Cheap off, I think Liquid genuinely can't kill him with 5 heroes during the duration of Flesh Heap plus Heavenly Grace. So they've got to be pretty strategic about how they approach this fight. Ori has queued up his next item. It's going to be the Blink Dagger. So, well, they are going to go on him top here. Flesh Heap is
going to try for it. Ishard's blocking him in. Nobody nearby, but he's going to go for Dismember. Instantly canceled thanks to the split earth from Zai, but this rot is decimating them as Zai forced the TP out, but the hook back in. Split earth is coming. He's faking it out. Doesn't do enough damage, though, as Zai can just be walked down on. Ori with another stack of Flesh Heap. That's up to 7.
Yeah. They need more heroes than that. That doesn't cut it. It looks juicy, right? It looks tempting. It's even half duration Flesh Heap when they initiate. All it takes is for one support to show up, and Ori can clean house there, and that's...
And Aster
probably
back to 2K now.
it feels like Liquid will not make that mistake again. It's kind of like you're testing the limits. Are you able to pull that off? The answer is no. Next time you're bringing probably the Storm or the Morph to make sure you get that done. But it's a costly... It's almost a mixture of one. It's more flesh heap stacks like we talked about. Yeah, something else I guess we didn't mention. Marcy with Pudge is pretty interesting too, just for the rebound move speed. This hero isn't too fast, but effectively giving him haste when he initiates, if he jumps on him. XXS will finish the tower here, no problem. He's very safe with on the behind.
Rebound, looking for an opening, but none to be found yet. He's shown, but no blink dagger yet there for the...
See Matu going for pretty standard morph here. One of the best items to get against Pudge with the Ags. The stat steal is very powerful, and you steal stat resistance as well, so you can maybe lock onto him and bring him down. It's the link hits that's a little bit unusual, I would say. Maybe we're talking about that a bit too much for... It's not like...
Let's bring it up for the third time.
It's not like an insane rarity, but I think a lot of players in this would have gone for a cheaper build-up with Falcon Blade into the Ags, or maybe
well, I would say
maybe it's an anti-game, I don't know.
First item variant. Yeah. There's Dismember, there is Expose, and there's Assassinate.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yep.
I mean, that's one argument is Lincoln's is extremely good when there's only 3 things that can.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also a feel-good item in terms of like being full health and mana when you're pushing around the map, in terms of farming. It is a good item on the hero, but...
Being a sniper, but he has a lot of distance there. Boxy looking for an opening.
He has the pike though. This is not easy for Liquid, and he's not even going to get caught. They're spam pinging it out. They know.
Good awareness there from Aster as their lead continues to grow. Now at 4K with the Blink Dagger now online on Ori. Jump in. I would assume a BKB would be next.
Come and fight me.
Zion Boxy. Have to try to Aster at bay a bit. Conversation against.
Yep.
Who does it benefit?
The tier 5 neutral item? Roche.
The same joke every time. Eventually somebody will laugh.
That's the thing though, when you get toward the end of the tournament, you run out of content, right? It's the same with the teams. But actually, the drafts have been pretty creative today, so that's been pretty cool. Roche, I guess if Boxy had more levels in tag team, probably the Radiant is the faster Roche killers, but overall, Marcy will always be one of the best heroes at it as a core. Level 2 Unleash with 4 in sidekick as the Witch. Mickey! Oh, quick reaction.
Just in time. Wants to get a little bit aggressive, but he's outnumbered.
He'll get out of there.
To get out.
Good reaction. If that connects, that could have been really scary. But yeah, I guess either team can Roche relatively quickly if they find 1 or 2 core kills, and that looks to be the game plan here for Aster. They're rotating top to start taking control of the area so they can start threatening Roche. And if Liquid are showing 2 cores on the enemy side of the map or something like this, you could just sneak it with Marcy plus Sniper, I guess. I guess actually, they're pretty good at killing it. So, both teams looking at it more and more. Yep, there we go. They see cores bottom. Well, it's only 1 core in the Lesh, but let's see if he pumps the Unleash or not. XXS is holding on to it, so this will be a slower kill than what it could be, but does offer the protection of, in case a fight breaks out, he has that BKB Unleash, which is very, very powerful. And yeah, Aster know that they don't need it at all to kill it. They will grab it. Looks like it's going on Monet again, like last game. Could have seen it on Pudge in this one. Honestly, I definitely think Ori is in a position to just go crazy with an Aegis, but rather protect Monet.
Yeah, Monet always gets the Aegis. For the hero. High ground, the hook connects. But the Insania trying to get away, but some good moves. Not going to be enough though. Split Earth onto the sniper is the rest of Liquid trying to get away in this top lane. Rapnel slowing him to a crawl. Zai continue to get headshot. Do they have the stun? They do. Ori with a double kill across the map. Now top lane. Looks like Liquid want to try to get something out of this.
Mickey's out of mana.
He is. I don't know if he can get this kill. Has to TP out. Will live, but no kill for Liquid at all.
If Aster had any TP with a stun there, that could have been a dead storm, but they're all on cooldown or unavailable. So Mickey, I mean, that was just a full-on global fight, top to bottom to top again. Very understandable that 𝙎𝘖 tries for it with how many heroes from Aster rotated, but again, Storm just doesn't have enough in the tank to solo even the 𝙎𝘖𝘋𝘄.
That's who they want. Boxy has the Blink Dagger, Walrus Punch as well, but XXX gets off his BKB and Unleash, and now he wants to fight because Ori has come to play. Matu, nice save on the Boxy. It's going to cost them the Crystal Maiden again. It could have been a lot worse for Liquid. Aster keep their position 3 Marcy alive.
All things considered, that was not too terrible. Matu showing up with the Ags there. Definitely helping out against the Pudge.
The zip in, they're trying to pick out the Omni Knight. The hook from Matu. That is enough for a kill, but the instant initiation from Ori. They delete Boxy from the map, so it's a 1-for-1 in this little mini engagement. The XXS, he's going to get split earth with Matu just right-clicking him. Looks like that's going to be enough with the adaptive strike as well. Aster, like they're going to retreat despite having the Aegis for another 3 minutes.
Nice dodge on the hook there from Liquid. Both of their heroes sidestepped it to the right. If that connects this fight, it's totally different, but they dodged that Ori play. And also great play call there from 𝙎𝘖 to go for the Omni in this situation. It's not an obvious move that you're able to pull this off, but with the hook connection from Matu, they get that kill. Sure, the trade-off for the Tusk isn't the best, but it's good enough. When Omni's out of play, suddenly you can access new targets. You know there's no BKB on XXS, and that dodge on the hook, crucial for how this fight played out. 𝙎𝘖 would have been in a very precarious position there, but just run away and reset.
Yeah, we've joked that Matu doesn't play Morphling, and he's not really. He's playing Pudge, right? That's probably the reason he was laughing. Forward to getting that Agnum Scepter and turning into a big juicy boy. I mean, how much stats does he get from that when he turns into a strength?
This'll come in handy.
So you steal 20% of their strength. And then he steals 40% status resist because it's a strength hero. So it's very meaningful. Still, obviously, part of the equation that Ori does have the Omni Knight. We cannot forget how much that matters in this instance, because even if Morph steals away a lot of Pudge's tank ability, Pudge is there, or Omni's there to return into him.
Yep, true.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Be a tower for Aster bottom. 𝙎𝘖 is doing a lot of damage top from the fog with Edict.
Kind of what it feels like he needs to do at this point. It's only a 3K lead though for Aster, but again with the Aegis pushing out, knocking on the high ground on tier 3 bottom.
It's a slightly different vibe to this than the last push they did last game in a similar situation. Like they're in a stronger spot.
They continue to get sidekicks. We didn't get last game, so definitely expedite the high ground offense. Top lane was being pressured a bit by Matu, actually forced out of fortification from Aster.
Boxy there.
But Ori, he wants to go in deep. Instant initiation, counter initiation from Liquid. Snowball connects the zip in by 𝙎𝘖, pops the BKB as well. But he gets dismembered. He's gonna die inside the BKB. No! Zips away with just a sliver of HP. Now can go heal up in the fountain. Now that the BKBs are down on Aster, but the hook comes out from Ori. 𝙎𝘖 gets off the Bloodstone, but it matters not. The rot is too powerful. Now this Rax is under peril.
They're still pretty sustainable, Aster, with the Omni Knight. A lot of the time, Storm in situations like this can start finding kills when heroes stick around for too long, but Aster are not phased, they're not worried. They have enough in the tank to keep their heroes safe. You even see the salve here from XXS going to be up to full health again. And it's like nothing happened for Aster. The only thing that's really on cooldown here that matters is the Marcy BKB.
Oh, the blink hook. Dismember. Death for 𝙎𝘖. Aegis is down, but this is going to be a full set of racks now. Ori has a BKB. I mean, not that they could kill him anyway before that.
Yeah. I guess the silver lining here for Liquid is that 𝙎𝘖 survived because of the status resistance of Kaya-san, right? He would have died to that dismember otherwise. So, I mean, it's a very thin silver lining. It's like, it could have been worse, but essentially you got basically nothing and lost a full lane. Aster are gonna start looking to push out the other 2 lanes on the map to keep this pressure. Now, bottom lane's gonna be a constant issue that Liquid have to deal with to get pushed out, and that means Aster will look to push out mid first and actually making a rotation toward top, feeling like they could find 𝙎𝘖 up here. This time he will have BKB again. It's been that long. Pichu is taking the outpost. That will be a giveaway to 𝙎𝘖 that they hit. He also has a ward there, keeping him safe.
Ori is
Eyeing a Shiva's as next item.
Yes. It's kind of incredible that Matsu has higher net worth than him, actually. I just looked and I was like, that's very surprising. Or has 10 kills
Doesn't feel like it,
and like 200 CS,
well,
but Matsu has almost 300.
He did go Lincoln, so it's not really a damage build.
Right.
But now he's going Scotty. He's only a point booster away. But I feel like it's going to be one item on top of the Scotty before he's really dishing out damage, like a butterfly or whatever, whatever he wants to get going. I mean, is there any? You're not going to go BKB. Just wait.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you probably don't go BKB at least yet. I don't know what the best option he has really is. Can you even go like dataless after this? Just really hard commit on the damage part so you have a way of killing Pudge? Because I feel like that's what this game comes down to right now. For Liquid, the problem is they don't kill the heroes they need to kill. Aster's lineup is just way too tanky of a wall, and they're so confident they're going to go up without Aegis. Almost landing the hook there, already trying for a blind one into the tree line. This is a possible fight for Liquid because there's no Aegis this time on Sniper, but if Aster continue to have good formation and very good coverage with wards from the right, it's hard to find that attack angle that Liquid need, and Aster are going to constantly pressure this tower with Liquid Fire, with Shrapnel plus attacks from Sniper.
Yeah,
we'll try though.
And they want to get the Omni immediately. Will set the safety. There's the Guardian Angel just in time, and Mickey has to buy back after dying right off the bat, and Matu is dead as well. A terrible fight for Liquid as the BKBs have come out from Aster. Now they just focus down Zai. Another death, another kill from Monet. Ultra kill overall. Ori wants another hook. He gets it. Mickey completely out of mana as Monet trying to finish the job, but able to zip away is Mickey again, but Boxy slow to a crawl and a rampage. Monet just sitting in the back while his fat friend does all the work, and he gets 5 to his name.
Just an insane strategy from Aster, but I really think Liquid's idea of jumping the Omni Knight there feels like the only possible way that they can win a fight, and Aster were just quick enough to react. I think it was a defensive dispose from XXS that threw Omni away. He gets Guardian Angel off, and the moment that happens, the fight is actually lost. I think it doesn't matter what Liquid do after that point. They just need to try and disengage and look for a better opportunity, but it's too late. They can't get out. Pudge gets on top of them with a rod. They lose a lot of heroes. They're going to try here.
Yeah, Mickey. Oh my God. The damage.
Don't underestimate Monet. He's just picked up a Silver Edge. He hits really damn hard now. Do get the melee Rex.
Oh, and there's a double damage.
And there is a Rosh in a minute 20, which neither team knows, obviously.
This was the attempt to delete Siamese Cat, but he got off the Guardian Angel. We'll just lose the fight after that.
It's just way too much damage. Matsu can't stand his ground. He's pretty tanky, right? He's got Lincoln's, Ag, Scotty, and he turned into Pudge, I think. Didn't matter. It's way too much damage. This Aster lineup just proven to be formidable so far in the game. And if they...
Okay, Insania.
Insania went scouting. He found them.
Yeah, we can see that Rosh won't be up for another 45 seconds, so Aster just biding their time. Just want to play disciplined Dota, make sure they don't throw any leads.
Here's the tricky part for Liquid, though. If they give away this second Rosh, I think the game is effectively lost. But the Rosh will spawn before Insania is up. So if Aster are in position at the time it spawns, they could effectively force a 5v4. And even if it's just the Maiden, it's still a pretty crucial thing for Liquid to not have there. It's a Force Staff that's out of play, it's an AoE slow that's out of play. Aster just need to keep scouting it, and if they recognize it, they will be able to grab it for free.
I believe a courier will be sitting in the Rosh. Never mind.
Doesn't work. Matsu will try to force them back. I like this. This is another approach, maybe. Maybe you could defend Rosh by pushing bottom. Force a rotation, but Aster just elect to use the glyph here to maintain Rosh control, rather than TP back basically any hero that could have defended that tower.
Yeah, I think Matu's gonna... Maybe they just give up the Aegis and Shard and try to get a Rax themselves. Matu going to town on this tier 3, but it's gonna force the TP out. Jakiro actually cancels it.
But Matu will still be scared off, and that is the Rosh. And now the problem for Liquid is, okay, so you it's extremely hard to take this fight. You kind of have to take, so you're going to try to make this split push play, but the only lane you can split is the one that the enemy team has strong creeps in. So Aster just going to force down mid. And the bottom lane will defend itself no problem unless 𝙈𝘆 knocks on the front door. He's the only hero that can do anything about it. He's not doing it. Too many heroes missing on Aster. He doesn't feel safe.
Monet with the Aegis, he picks the shard as well, so has the concussive grenade. Even more slippery. Feels like the initiations from 𝙎𝘶𝘶 are pretty crucial. This feels like a game you'd need to go Ags or something, but he's just going to be far away. Actually, the Orchid is a good choice against the Omni Knight.
Yeah.
That is one way to try to counteract. But the problem is he has an Aeon Disc, he has a Force Staff. That's going to be
They actually can't prevent him from getting spells off. It's just impossible with the lineup they have.
Need to get a Nullifier, which is very expensive.
Yeah, nobody wants to buy it. They have no Dispel for him at all, and yeah, he just needs to not get changed onto death and silence. Just get a 4-staff ulti off and a Heavenly Grace, and he's basically done his job. So yeah, so that play is out of the window now too. Peach identifying that is the one play Liquid had based on the previous fight, and he's eliminating that one. So if Liquid can't force them back, they have no reposition. I think they have an offensive 4-step on Insania. I'm starting to look for kind of desperate approaches because it feels like
4-step into the splitter that is already on the ground.
I mean, otherwise this just happens, right?
Oh my god!
All right.
Right?
That was close.
That hook went right through the 2 polygons that exist for Morphling. Not including the cosmetics, of course. Quick fingers from 𝙈𝘆, but again, they are on the back foot. BKB picked up by 𝙈.
Yep.
And this is... like, they have good defense with 𝙈. And to some degree as well.
They just have absolutely zero map control. That's the problem. Bottom is pushing in, mid is pushing in, and top is now also starting to cross the halfway mark. And if Aster want, they can cut the next wave top. So Liquid are completely cornered. I'm just going to turn into Sniper, so taking away some of that agi. Oh.
Hey, takes a little take aim action to himself. It's a little right-click action from 𝙈𝘆, but I mean, they're delaying it. But again, the lead is still growing in Aster's favor. There's no technical rush for them.
And Aster's probably going to find this ward now, too, that is giving Liquid some really good information, right? Because now this camp is blocked. They're like, wait, what? There we go. So the last little bit of vision that Liquid had left given away by the camp itself. And you might wonder, like, why do you place a ward there? Isn't that going to be obvious to the enemy team when the camp doesn't spawn? Yes, but at the same time, it's really not an obvious spot to place it to begin with. So the sentries that you usually put in this area, which you see from Aster, the first sentry that they have did not find the ward, but ultimately they get it.
Jump onto 𝙈𝘆. They're all smoked on the low ground. Overwhelming Blink not quite up yet for Ori, but
this is kind of telegraphed because nobody is, like, 𝙈 is getting pretty far top.
Yeah,
nobody's showing mid.
They just scanned it right now. Trying to delete the ward. They do so. The hook is in, but Ori not able to connect. Aster having to reset, still with a minute 20 on the Aegis. Now they can just do the old sniper trick again. Get this tower. Oh. Biggest thing preventing from getting into the high ground anyway, on top of the splitter, of course. Lincoln just popped out. Hook not connecting again from Ori, but there's the punch from Boxy into the hook from 𝙈𝘆. Already half HP on Monet, but again, he still has the Aegis, and 𝙈 getting destroyed. My goodness, he melted. Freezing Kill comes out just for a split second, but it matters not. A second death for Liquid. Hook on into Monet, but he gets a concussive grenade off again. And Liquid crumbling here in game number 2. Aster coming back with a vengeance, looking to get the mega creeps. Buyback comes out on 𝙈𝘆. And one last potential stand here with 𝙎𝘶𝘶. Not able to do too much. A nice ice path comes out into the dual breath. They find the Pudge finally, but how much is it going to cost them? Boxy ticking away ever so slowly. 𝙈𝘆, the last remaining member of Liquid after the buyback now. Turns into Pudge. Or it's still Pudge, in fact.
has the rot, just getting kited, finally gets disposed back into the ice path, and he's actually staying alive thanks to the strength morph. Has to reset back to the fountain. Boxy has to be careful. This would be a dieback for him. He's going to tick away.
Macho had 6,000 health because he also had the strength from Pudge.
That is very beefy boy. The Mega Crit Snap come out. Aster, massive advantage here. GG still not called. It's only a matter of time here as the last tier 4 will fall. Matu and Zai get something up. Really want to kill Monet now that the Aegis is gone, but the ice path is there. Current Pike on top, and that is going to be the death of Liquid in game number 2. So Aster, they come back really nicely to push this to 3 games.
Yeah, that's got to be really good for their confidence. You know, in that first game, the first game was really close. There were plenty of opportunities in that game where Aster could have maybe started getting a big advantage. They didn't manage to claim it. Liquid ended it in a swift move. This game, Aster pretty much dominating more or less from start to finish. There were a couple of glimpses from Liquid, but for the most part, Aster just crushed them. Draft, I think the Omni Knight last pick was brilliant. They get their Pudge on Ori mid against the Storm of Mickey. He gets a solo kill. That's about as good as it could have gone for Aster, so we'll see. Liquid have had their backs against the wall many times already.
Yep.
They're definitely not scared of a game 3.
That is very, very true. This is going to be a hype game 3 for sure. Let's go to the panel, see what they have to say about this Pudge performance from Ori. TP in spades. Double kill from 𝙈𝑡𝑢. LSA connects onto the high ground. Ice shards are there as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Into his death here. LSA not able to connect as 𝙎𝑘𝑗 drops to XXS in the end. 𝙎's rolling thunder. A ton here. He's able to snag the invis rune at the very least. But got onslaught coming in, but no vision. 𝙎 will get clipped a bit by the trample.
XXS showing up there with the Hurricane. Push back into Lina for the kill. And they're going to turn this into a tower push. So this is kind of scary times for Liquid. You don't have Dark Ascension for 10 seconds, but at least you have the Glyph. Maybe it's enough to hold this tower. 𝙎 obviously has the invis rune, which is something they also have to be wary of. They know he has it. He could be anywhere right now. That's how invis works.
Yep.
And he's actually going to... Oh, that's an observer ward. He gets some important information that Liquid could act on here. Still no Rolling Thunder, and now he's showing. Roar was faked out.
Yep.
He was really thinking about that one.
Very cocky right now, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of the team is in the area. XXS is quite tanky. For Wraith Pact, of course. Helm?
Yeah, maybe you just don't go Helm of the Overlord at all.
Because he can eat it?
Because of NS. Like, maybe it's not worth it.
It's only half the time.
It's a lot of the time. And when you enter a team fight, you don't have Ancients nearby, right? So you bring your Ancient, he eats it, and then... And even if you're using it to split push, you're essentially just funneling in a lot of gold into NS. So I feel like we've seen this before when Night Stalker offlane started becoming a pseudo counter to Beast, that Beastmasters would just bypass Overlord because you're kind of just giving too much over. So I kind of like this approach. You still want the Dom because it just does that much this early in the game, but don't spend too much net worth on just getting creeps eaten.
Ori on the other side of the ice shards. Nicely done with him. But we can see the CM here as 𝙈𝑡𝑢 able to get the 4-shot off. A lot of damage coming out from Dark Ascension.
The Maiden, but that's Dark Ascension. I think he was hoping to get a bigger kill on the Primal Beast there, but Boxy's Shards just barely short, not clipping. What a weird net worth distribution this is. Liquid easily have the top 2, and then they easily have 6th. It's which isn't too unhealthy for their lineup, to be honest. If there's a hero in this game that can have low net worth and still find major impact, it kind of is the Pangolier, right? So it's not a requirement for 𝙎 to be farmed. Maybe he's going to go something like a Dagger and just try to find a good ult here or there, or at least eat the Roar for his Night Stalker, which is also really important. Yeah, very close for now.
We've seen games, I think it was at the Arlington Major, Night Stalker. It might have been. You get the shard, you get Midas every game, but not. Maybe a little too risky. Pushed down by the likes of Beastmaster and Drought. Will be actually not going shard first, has the Ogre Club right now.
So he will go BKB.
Shard definitely adds a lot of farm.
Yeah, and he can't be adjusting to XXS not going Overlord because he wouldn't know that yet.
So fast.
True.
He just thinks the BKB is the better timing, wants to be able to fight sooner rather than later. And it is a mandatory item in NS carry this game. You can't play without it. He has to have it. It's gonna get kited too hard.
Showing in the bot lane now is here. Ori going to town, but not going to connect onto 𝙈𝑡𝑢. But a TP is coming in, so Liquid want to defend. Troll Summoner
out and about. Got the rally skeletons ready to go. Actually, it's only one singular rally, not very powerful at all. Matu defends successfully. In terms of itemization for 𝙎𝘃𝘄𝘼, it's like, I think they're trying to line up these BKBs on both him and Matu, right?
The dusk is always ready for a
actually.
fight.
See if they fight a little early on, but Tier 1 tower might get denied. No, not even a chance here. A freebie for Aster.
Beastmaster with a troll creep and 2 boars. They don't need to risk anything by putting a hero in range of that tower. Just let the summons do it, stand back. And Boxy also doesn't really dare to commit onto killing the summons. First of all, he's terrible at it, but even if he were to try, he could die in a roar, so you just have to give that one up. But you can look for your own move. Liquid will try to find some sort of opening, and there might be a little bit of a false feeling of safety here with that Hawk finding nobody. Liquid know it's there, though, because they have a sentry. But this could open up a potential play for them if they can somehow get the right vision. They see XXS on this board at the bottom, Tier 1. No way to invade.
Yeah, so it's just going to get arm session here. I should mention, 𝙎𝘃𝘄𝘼, you did bring up the potential Aghanim Scepter. It is not a carry Naga, of course, but be able to get the air on the Rolling Thunder, but feels like Pango does go shard every game anyway.
Yeah, then you ensnare the Night Stalker instead, which is mega high impact. So if he gets there on the Naga, it could be a game-deciding item. Usually support Nagas will not get this until pretty late, but given the map control that Aster have and the way they're playing, if they just keep pushing out these lanes with the Beastmaster, with the Primal Beast, and Naga gets to jungle like this, I mean, you get there eventually. He's been giving a lot of space. You can see 𝙎𝘃𝘄𝘼 is fully committed to the idea. He buys the Blade of Alacrity first.
They were going to go for Monet, but instead they find Ori, who easily gets out thanks to his onslaught. Gank attempt from Liquid is thwarted.
That's a Dark Ascension, so
full 4 minutes until night.
Radiant's bottom tower is
He had
under
a big
attack.
disadvantage.
all right, Liquid are going to try to put it to use here.
Okay.
So
they're going to lose their tier 2 in all likelihood. Get this first Roche.
It's just pretty much the biggest value they could get out of this NSO when it fails to connect.
Might be a contest. There's a smoke here from Aster. Zai's going to get off the Rolling Thunder. It's only been on illusion to start. 𝙎𝘃𝘄𝘼 looking for the song, but he's getting controlled. Will they be able to keep it at bay? They do. And 𝙎𝘃𝘄𝘼 gets the Aegis. The roar applied to Zai, but it's really just a delay tactic, it feels like. It's a stare on top of it, but Monet Company still want to fight, but he's going to get Laguna bladed. 𝙎𝘃𝘄𝘼 pops the BKB, focusing on the CM, but now on the other side of the tree line, taking the right clicks. Looks like he's going to be the first to fall in this engagement. But Pango died on the other side, and now they're going to get the Night Stalker. Matu in a lot of trouble. The LSA's connecting. He's going to get saved as a result. Ori's dead. Beautiful stun from 𝙎𝘃𝘄𝘼. Centaur gets the stun on top of him now. And he's left to his own devices, completely surrounded. The Gust is there, multi-shot, and the axes. So Aster, they get some kills in retribution. Liquid taking the Aegis away in some respect from Aster.
Yeah, what a great fight from Matu that was. Just perfect armlet toggles, keeping him alive 2 times in a row. So at the very least, Liquid get out with him alive, but they do lose their Aegis and the second life on Lina, so can't really consider it a true win. At the very least, they don't need to worry about the Roche going Aster's way in the next minutes, but Aster, I think, still should be feeling pretty good about this overall exchange, considering the song didn't get them the Aegis contesting. And they roared the Pango, I should say, just to save the Naga, so they didn't have this for the Lina or for the NS, which also prompted Liquid to feel strong in this fight, right? Keep a look at Matu here. So first the Pulverize here comes out, no follow-up damage is available. He's frostbitten. Is going to toggle out of this one with Monet's shot mid-air and the charge. Yeah. We're back to live.
Fight. Hold the horses here, Cinderin. Looks like Siamese Cat's to be the first to fall, and now XXS is the one that's completely surrounded, so wrong territory for him. Matu gets credit for that one, and he is very close to a BKB.
Yeah, that was a killing spree, so some extra gold on that one for NS. 100 gold to go.
Still another 2 minutes in the nighttime, so he should have his BKB in inventory with nighttime still. See if Liquid want to try to take advantage. Still has Dark Ascension. Does have the shard, by the way, so has been increased. So I guess he went for the casual Ogre axe to shard, and now is finishing B.
Yeah, I guess he changed his idea, changed his mind halfway. It's like a little bit of a weird way to do it, but.
of that Ogre Club saved him in that last fight.
I guess so.
Extra 8. Nice.
Success close to connecting the roar there, but not quite.
Locked up, but yeah, Liquid not wanting to engage, it looks like. Very even game. Aster showing some balls. I mean, they fought despite not getting the Aegis.
Yeah, and throwing the roar in the Pango, yeah.
Or as well.
But sometimes, even with key cooldowns in Dota, if you have the right angle and you get to take the initiative, it can work. And I don't know if you would consider that fight successful for either team. It was kind of a draw, but you could see where Aster were coming from. The fact that Pango roll is down is very important for especially the Primal Beast, who now has BKB. So the next fight will be of a totally different nature coming out from Ori. Liquid might choose to smoke here. They are grouping up 4, they will. Aster in a strong offensive position down here, pushing the tower with Ori in front. They have the ward covering the back angle. And they're going to expect Liquid to do this because of the no heroes on the map. I have the prediction that this play is coming. Liquid do have Dark Ascension, though.
Gets popped. Dark Ascension, but he's the focus. He can get roared inside his BKB. He mitigates a ton of this damage. Now XXS is the one stuck basically on this cliff area. He's going to get right-clicked down quite easily. Nice kill to start things out for Liquid. On the other side here is Laguna Blade's going to find Siamese Cat, so just like that, it's 5v3. Now Mickey pops his BKB. Ori kind of a no man's land. His team still has Song available if they need to pop it. They will. Mickey, his BKB runs out, and the rest of Aster are going to be able to walk away, it looks like.
Outstanding fight from Liquid there. Their BKB usage was just perfect, right? Matsu gets it off before he gets roared, and Ori thought he was going to connect on the roar outside of BKB, so he committed all his stuff to go in on the Beastmaster, or sorry, on the Night Stalker, together with Beastmaster. That play fails. Then Beastmaster's isolated and gets killed. Pango, in the meantime, is completely cutting off 𝙈𝘀 from the entire fight for like 10 seconds. We're going to see the replay here. So look at this. This BKB crucial, right? Otherwise, Ori plus XXS and the 𝙈𝘀 probably just kill off Matsu, but he stays alive. And now Pango on the bottom right is just rolling 𝙈𝘀 out of the picture, quite literally. Entire fight until he finally gets to turn around now, but the fight's already over. This play was kind of crazy for Ori. I don't know if he accounted it for... If he thought Mickey had used BKB, it turns into a BKB trade in the end, which isn't all the worst for him, but yeah.
Okay, lead now for Team Liquid. Tag and Scepter for Baboka, almost there. 80 gold away, and he'll be able to ensnare Rolling Thunder, as we've said, and of course, more importantly, he'll be able to reel in enemies.
Yeah, we haven't seen that used very much.
And if we have, we've forgotten about it. I like the concept, but definitely need.
It has not been very favored to do in this song.
I mean, other than that, the axe is great, though. See here very shortly why that is.
Yeah, so 𝙈𝘊 is not buying the shard that Toby talked about as kind of a pseudo counter to ensnare Axe, but he's going Lotus, which is another way of solving it. Doesn't have it yet though, so this coming fight could be a big surprise factor. Or 𝙈𝘊, where he's relying on going in on the 𝙈𝘀. If he gets ensnared and 𝙈𝘀 gets to focus him for a few seconds, he dies. The fight's going to be of a totally different nature than the last one.
I mean, that's the downside of Lotus, is it's way more expensive than Shard, obviously.
Yeah.
It's pretty far away.
The upside is he can use it on NS if he gets ensnared.
True.
So that is a pretty big help.
He'll get both, I'm sure.
Probably, yeah.
He actually have to use the comb for himself. That just shows how rough of a game it has been for 𝙈𝘊. Tower is going to go down one way or another as the tombstone is placed. Pulverize coming in from Ori. Pretty much full duration here on Insania, but he is more than healthy enough to continue to fight as now Ori is stuck in no man's land. Laguna's Blade, down he goes as 𝙈𝘊 going in with the Rolling Thunder, now applying all the pressure to XXS. He's going to get disarmed for the time being. This is looking like 3 kills very easily for Liquid. Song was available, but still BKBs were up.
I think
you might still have to use it here.
It only just came up toward the end of that. They didn't have it to save Ori. I think he could have maybe BKB TP'd out, but I guess maybe Tusk was in range for a punch. But yeah, these engages from Ori have just not worked out the way he wanted it to. He's charging up the onslaught, and the moment he does that, Insania drops the tombstone before he gets jumped, and the follow-up damage just wasn't there anyways. They didn't even kill the Undying to start off the fight, and Liquid make a very easy fight out of that one.
Liquid with a lot of fans here, obviously, now gaining some momentum in this crucial game number 3. Getting this tier 1 tower, but it looks like Aster wants to try to defend.
No, too late.
They are. Tower falls. Now we have a silver edge on 𝙎𝘿𝘄𝘼.
At the same time, 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼 gets BKB, so Aster now have another tool against the Pango roll that's been ruining Mone's game so far. Now he can reliably get some damage off.
This seems surprised that he was there. Like, oh, there's a primal beast here all alone. Okay. Take it. Interesting build from 𝙈𝑇𝑢. After the BKB armlet, now has a basher, but not opting for a blink dagger or anything like that. Instead, going for a nullifier. Very cool item.
Yeah, is a good way for him to counter off the pike from 𝙈𝑀 if she doesn't have the PB. Not much else to nullify for now, right?
I mean, if you get it off before the BKB doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It remains.
I wonder if...
But I feel like Blink Dagger at some point is going to be pretty important for him. But into the Roach Pit, Liquid go. And yeah, Aster have an idea that's happening. They're going to smoke up. Is it going to be too late? No, it's at half HP right now. The Rolling Thunder coming in, mostly on illusions. He's going to get roared right off the bat. They're focusing on the pit now. No Song to come as 𝙎𝘿𝘄𝘼 gets the Aegis. Song a little bit late. Is there a shard on the ground? There is! But 𝙎𝑘a steals the shard. Here comes the onslaught. Looks like the focus is on the Tusk to start this out. The Naga's going to be the trade, so it's a 1-for-1. 𝙈𝑇𝑢 wants to fight, but a big multi-shot coming from Oné, but a bigger BKB from 𝙈𝑇𝑢. And then they're going to get triple kill from 𝙎𝘿𝘄𝑼. Aster are dropping like flies. Ori has to BKB. Onslaught to safety. Looks like he's fine. But Liquid coming out on top again in this fight.
Yeah, these Roach calls they've made so far in this game have been absolutely perfect. Again, 𝙈 with the coverage against the Naga rotating in and getting the Song off. And it took them quite a while to kill 𝙈 during the Roar as well, because he has the armor of Lotus Orb instead of the Shard. Makes him a lot tankier against the Drow. So you're going to see the replay here. Pretty much same situation as earlier in the game. The exact same spot, same logic. Song's too late. He's like, wait, there's a Shard. So they'll go and grab that.
And he consumed it, by the way.
He would use it.
We're going to need to see what the other shards are in this game. I mean, there's a Beastmaster shard that he has not purchased. I don't know about that auto-consumption. Song healing is...
It is good.
Definitely, it's not bad, but it's one of the weaker ones on their teams for sure.
Yeah.
That's very surprising.
I wonder which the best one is. Like, maybe Drow? I don't know. It's maybe Drow or Primal Beast would have been good choices.
I think Beastmaster's the best by far, surely. Diving bomb or whatever.
Yeah, the thing about Dive Bomb being a root, right? They already have the Lotus, which I believe counters it if BKBs. So I'm not sure if that does enough compared to the other ones, but either way, they now have a Song that heals.
They could have had Rock Throw, for God's sake.
Yeah, I think the Rock Throw could have also been good this game.
If that's in the pit, that's amazing.
Yeah, and it's also amazing for Ori because it gives him a reliable Q that he can go in. Like if he hits a Rock Throw on, let's say, the Night Stalker, perhaps he has the confidence to get a charge that is going to connect, right?
Yeah.
Which has been a problem for him so far in this game, is going in and actually accomplishing something with his Onslaught, which Liquid have covered really well. They're now going to take the top tier 2. Building their lead to now 7,000. Aegis in the hands of Lina for another 2.5 minutes. You would imagine they want to go and get the mid tower as well.
Likely. Wraith Pact almost online for Boxy. 𝙈𝑇𝑢 switched it up. Unfortunately, won't be seeing Nullifier. He's going for the AC, which not only makes him tankier and a little bit more right-clicky, but pushing towers is going to be even easier.
Yep.
And for the side of Aster, what are the items that they're waiting for? It's like for XXS, the BKB is still not there. About 1,000 away from finishing that, but it looks like they're going to smoke into this Aegis. Maybe they'll catch Liquid off of guard here. Hawk giving a little bit of vision. Boxy area. Not going to pop smokes initially, though.
Yeah. Liquid kind of know this is happening. They break the illusions here.
Yep. Smoke just pops there. 𝙎𝘿𝘄𝑼 with the instant ensnare. Wants to get off the Song, but Won't need to. They'll just walk away casually, dewarding. Still a little less than 2 minutes on this Aegis.
They want to use it though. There's no repositioning from Aster, so you can go and hit this tower with Lina, knowing that the Aegis will be sufficient coverage. Like, you're not going to get swapped into base and killed there and die again, for example.
Wait,
so
there's no Vengeful Spirit in the game? Is that what you're saying?
No. Yeah, well, that's one of the displacement spells, Shannon. There's more than that.
That's
no Marcy.
There's no Pudge anymore.
No Pudge.
Sadly.
Yeah. Starting to look better and better for Liquid. 𝙎𝘼𝘾𝙄𝘼 is now solo pushing bottom tier 2. Super confident here.
Yeah.
Knowing where Aster are. We'll grab this tower.
They're reading the situation very, very right. Tier 2 dead, and 𝙎𝘼𝘾𝙄𝘼 can now poke at the tier 3 a little bit if he wants.
He does.
Now that his teammates are arriving. Win probability right now 77% for Team Liquid in this game number 3.
And guess what? It was 81 for Aster earlier.
Wow, really?
At minute 15. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I looked at it. It was like, I don't know if I don't know if I
mean, they were winning, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
81. Right. So yeah, the Aegis looks like it's just going to be expiring the old-fashioned way. And is that because they just didn't have enough time? Is it literally nighttime related, perhaps?
I don't know. I do feel like they could have put this a bit more to use, to be honest. I think there was a way for 𝙎𝘼𝘋 to push out a little bit more, but like you said, nighttime might be a concern. And also, if you're feeling in a pretty good control of the game, this is maybe the one way you give Aster a big comeback, is setting them up for a successful kill in their base into Song and more kills when you try to escape. This way you can just keep control of the map. You're closing in on the AC and Night Stalker as well, so that's going to be a part of the next side. He's coming out now, as a matter of fact. So yeah, they're just keeping it cool. It's obviously a huge moment for them. This is a top 3 at TI.
Yep.
Don't want to mess it up.
Well, the time has been given out for XXS to at least finish his BKB. He's about to get that as 𝙁𝑡u's ace gets delivered as well. Potential power spikes coming out. I mean, a fresh BKB, pretty important, but it is a Beastmaster.
Yeah, not sure how impactful this is really going to be. It feels like he's been able to get his roar off the last fights anyway. So I don't really know if this is going to be very noticeable compared to the Night Stalker AC, which is definitely a big bump up in strength for Team Liquid.
Onto the high ground they go. 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝙄𝘼 is completely isolated now. He gets destroyed inside with a huge rolling thunder onto 2, forcing the BKB from Monet. And it looks like 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝙄𝘼 will be the sacrifice. So 2 quick kills for Liquid. Tombstone has been expended along with the Dark Ascension. Now the high ground they go. Both supports for Aster have buyback. Here comes the pulverized BKB from Ori. Instant roar, but there's the Lotus Orb reapplying it. And now the BKB from 𝙁𝑡u, able to walk away from the Song relatively easily, but actually stuck inside here. He gets reeled in to the high ground. I never thought I'd see it. It proved nothing. It didn't matter, Cinder. 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝙄𝘼 is going to right-click a bit onto the tower, but now that the reel-in is down, there's nothing to fear for Liquid. In a 5v4 situation, Zai with the Basher, so the Swashbuckle becoming much more fearsome.
I wonder if he's going to go for Axe next just to ramp up on that, or if he will get another defensive item like Lincoln's. But yeah, another huge moment for Liquid. Dieback on Naga. They lost absolutely nothing there, Liquid did, right? Nope, nothing at all. And now they're, again, with the map position they have and the amazing warding they have, they're in a really good spot to maybe get the next Roche. You see this roll from Zai, just forcing the whole situation to be on, and that means he won't have that in the follow-up fight here as Naga returns to the fight.
I was hoping we get a replay of the reel-in, if I'm being honest. Really hype. Good initiation from Ori, though. And
they just don't have enough damage. He's too tanky. Drow is not quite there yet.
Wait, reel in, wait. There it is! Unbelievable! And then he dies.
Gold remains.
Very dangerous fish to reel in, no doubt about it. Like you said, Roche is probably next on the list here for Liquid if they can continue to have this map control. We won't know for another 10 seconds when it spawns. Now 𝙁𝑡u is a nullifier. Is it just for the Hurricane fight? Oh, there's also a Ghost Scepter on 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝙄𝘼.
Yep.
I don't think there's any Yules. Still, pretty big counters to both those items. And it's going to be a relatively late Roche.
𝙎𝘖𝘋 is so insanely farmed. I just realized he's 150 CS ahead of the next hero in the game.
And he seems to have a double damage quite often this game.
Ori will clean up the wave, still be forced to glyph though. Yeah. This should not be underestimated how much this could end up meaning later. Because the Roche will be falling likely before this glyph comes back up, whichever team gets it. And if that is Liquid, that basically opens up for a free tier 3. They'll obviously get another glyph after that, but Radiant lineup kills towers really fast if Lino gets to just stand and deliver. He's gonna go push up mid.
Wanna aggress, they're gonna find Insania, the instant pulverized guts to follow, but the Rolling Thunder is coming in. Insania is gonna live. Now the Roar on top of Zai, they're right-clicking him very easily, but XXS is taking damage as well. So it's a 1-for-1 in terms of the position 3s, but they lose the Primal Beast as well. And no buyback here for Aster as they're left with 3 members. And still 50 seconds on Roche, so Aster will technically, in fact, everyone will be up.
Such an awkward situation to play as Naga Siren there as well, right? What do? Do you use Song to try to save your Beastmaster with the heal? Then you're also saving the enemy Pango. So, or actually, no, he could have Song, right? He was in roll. I actually think Baboka maybe with the heal would have made the difference, but he was holding on to it.
Yeah, Matu ends up getting the tower here, getting kited a bit as the Linken's applied, but you can see 𝙎𝘋 is the real right clicker here. Fortifications popped.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is huge for Liquid. Roche.
They're not going to go for the melee. Don't want to overextend.
10 seconds on Roche. And they do have Natural Night for 4 minutes, so Night Stalker is still very powerful despite not having Ascension. Matu can still do
nice
great
charge. Here comes the initiation. Oh, instant snowball actually ruins it for Ori, but he gets the pulverize off after the BKB. Getting kind of to a high degree here, but LSA not going to connect as Matu. Continue the pressure as Zai gets off the Rolling Thunder, and Ori left to his own devices. 1 minute of no Primal Beast. XSS takes the Laguna Blade and takes another death to his name. 5 versus 3. They're going to get the melee racks and likely go for Roche after, although there are no creeps here, so the backdoor protection is enabled.
The wave is coming now, though, so easily going to get the first lane. The question is, are they going to stop there? 𝙎𝘋 is insanely farmed. He's so far ahead. 10k over the Drow. 460 CS.
Yep, they know that these buybacks are long cooldowns. That's 2 sets, and they probably still have time to go get Roche. But they do have to be careful. We've seen the Song come into play, and it's going to be up in 6 seconds.
Yeah, Matu does not want to go home today. Could have been his last game, but he's 10-0-11 on the Night Stalker that his coach said he can't play. So kind of making a point that he can play whatever you damn wants.
That's right, and they're in the Roche pit. And Roche has the Aghanim Scepter, which I hope it's on Matu. Love of God, please.
It will probably be on 𝙎𝘋.
Damn it.
It was on currently Zai. Okay, yeah, they want the extra bash chance, I guess.
Okay, fair
also
enough.
Good. Yeah.
Very good Ags.
We were discussing him buying it himself. Now he just gets it for free.
And look at that, he's top 3 net worth now. Would you look at that, Synderen? After that rough start,
he had a great,
all it takes is some Roches.
He had a great start. No surprise to see him on 3rd here.
And Aster left to be kind of in defense mode, but the longer they're in defense mode, the bigger the deficit becomes. 32k lead for Liquid. They're on the doorstep of securing themselves top 3 here. It's going to lead to, potentially, if this happens, 3 EU teams left at TI11. And we have 𝙎𝘋. The Linken's is already procced, but there's the instant Walrus Punch. Nicely done from Boxy. Huge Rolling Thunder. Down goes Primal Beast again. Baboka's Song gives them a little bit of space, but he's getting controlled now. The Rolling Thunder continuing to proc, and he's dead as well. And now the focus is onto the Drow Ranger. No bash this time around, but Matu finds what he needs. Buyback now to the Drow. Snowball coming in. Walrus Punch to follow. How much do they want to dive here? Freezing Field gets canceled. CM has to buy back into the game. Ice Shards, not enough to keep them outside the fountain. So Liquid forcing themselves to go for the Mega Creeps. And Liquid looking extremely, extremely good. And we talked about the momentum from the last 5 days. It has definitely continued here today. And on to the throw, and GG is called. Team Liquid move on. Aster eliminated from TI11.
Yeah, Yeah, we had no idea what to expect out of this game. Some very different drafts. Baboka on Naga, we have Matu on Night Stalker. But the constant that has been working for Liquid so well in the playoffs, 𝙎𝘶𝘶 on the Lina again with an outstanding performance. Insane farm, insane damage, output, lane push, the whole shenanigans. He did an amazing job this game. Liquid can be so proud. Top 3 secured. Again with an outstanding performance. Insane farm, insane damage, output, lane push, the whole shenanigans. He did an amazing job this game. Liquid can be so proud. Top 3 secured. They will know who they're playing against after the next series coming up later today, but I feel like no matter who loses that one, it's hard to call them a favorite at this point.
I was gonna
really scared.
The momentum, we've seen it so many TIs. I mentioned it earlier. This is a team you do not want to play against right now. You could put Night Stalker position 1 for God's sake, and it worked out here for Liquid. Let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about Matu and the rest of Liquid's performance.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Cinder. And indeed, Matu's career continues for a little bit longer, and they are making it to the final day. We'll see them, of course, again tomorrow. We're going to talk about this game. We're going to get a chance to talk to the winners as well. I'm here with Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. And there's a lot to break down in this game, because we know that Blitz at the end of the draft was like, how'd you get Night Stalker? Well, we just asked Matu which hero he would like to play last, Jenkins. And it was Night Stalker that he has not played at a TA game before.
Yeah, he had a flawless game on a stupid hero. I'm just going to put it out there. He was just trying to have a good time, try to have fun. It clearly worked. I'm kind of thinking that next year at TI, perhaps the meta, instead of 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 with the bald meta, retirement might be the meta coming out, because Matu's performance in this game was absolutely amazing. I mean, I think all of Liquid stepped up. Like in every single fight, 𝙎𝙊 was jumping the backlines with his role. We saw twice he saved the Roshan. Insania, of course, he's probably the one making the Roshan calls, as we heard in the true site. 𝙎𝘶𝘶, he functioned as the true carry this game, even though there was a flawless game from Matu. And Boxy, he's playing his Tusk. Like, the guy had some insane shards this game, just like he has in other games.
Absolutely. Like the front line of Team Liquid in these games, like positioning, understanding who needs to soak up the damage, whether it's a Night Stalker with using the BKB, getting roared, and then 𝙎𝘶𝘶 has a free pathing in the backlines. Like, Aster just did not have enough damage that goes through BKBs. Once they pop their BKBs, Aster runs, and they're already man down, maybe even 2 man down, and it makes the fight so very difficult. And I think the big key important here is also having vision advantage. You do have Night Stalker, you do have Tombstone, fighting underneath the ward so many times, and Matu, as we see him, clapping for himself, keeping his dream alive.
And genuinely, it was such a great Night Stalker pick. It fit the game so well. You have this Lina from the mid lane who's going to need protection, who can dish out the damage, but is very susceptible to dying in this early game. And Liquid played around 𝙎𝘶𝘶 on his Lina so well. They were reacting to those early game rotations so nicely. And because this Night Stalker went for that early game build with the armlet, all of a sudden they had this hero to play around from the safe lane while the Lina farmed up. And they just had the late game security of this Lina outscaling potentially anybody on Aster's draft. Also, Jenkins did mention this, but the 𝙎𝘶𝘶 did so much in these team fights and protecting objectives. Like camping the 𝙎𝘶𝘶 near the stairs, near Roshan, because that's where Naga walks down from to try to steal it, is just so good. It worked out twice in one game.
And that is with 𝙎𝙊𝘶 having a very, very bad game. And we have obviously last week heard Blitz do a speech a couple times, but what's better than a speech from Matu?
I mean, guys, no matter what happens today, we win and lose as a team. No matter who the fuck fucks up or anything, we're gonna win and lose together, yeah?
It's very wholesome, and they won together with that as well. So congratulations once again. And I would also love to hear a little bit more from our winning team, which is why Avo is standing by with Insania.
Thank you, Shira. I'm here with Insania. What a series of games. You guys take every game to the third one. Are you just doing this so Matoman can play as many games as possible?
I mean, I wish it was intentional. It's not. I think they had a really good drafting game too, and the Sunday night kind of caught us off guard, I think, and we didn't really have a nice answer to it. So They really got us in game 2. It was nothing intentional there. And they're a tough team, you know, like it comes down to very small margins. And I think they really had us there.
In the first game, you guys managed to beat the sniper pick as well, which was a big thorn in the side for a while. Was that a bit of a morale boost for you guys? Did you come in confidently against that pick?
I think game 1 went a lot according to plan. Maybe not gameplay-wise. I think having the 5-day break, we were kind of a little bit nervous, I think, when we started playing the game, but like halfway through the game, we got comfortable again. And you remembered, like, it's the same event we've been playing the entire way.
Right.
So yeah, no, game 1 went pretty well, I think. Yeah, sniper, I don't know, it's a good hero, but I think we had good answers to it.
And finally, Matu, with the last pick, the Night Stalker, a new pick for him at TI. Was that a little bit of a pocket pick you had prepared in these final days, or spur of the moment kind of thing?
I'm trying to think if we actually did scrim it during these days. I'm not sure, but he's been playing it for a while. Like, he played it back when there was like this big puck meta. He would play it mid. So it's not a new hero for him, per se. But it's also kind of funny. Blitz said, like, Matu, what do you want your last hero at TI to be? And we're like, what are you saying? And Matu's like, this is not going to be my last hero, and then he picks NS.
Well, we're gonna thank you for the interview, Insania. A pleasure. Congratulations once again. And we're gonna go back to the panel to analyze that game.
This is not going to be my last hero. The confidence, that's good stuff coming from Insania there. Yeah, Team Liquid moving forward. I feel like we have to talk a little bit more about Team Aster as well, because eliminated from TI before the final day, our final team coming out of the region, China, because you mentioned it earlier, it's not been done.
Yeah, since TI3, that was the last time China did not have a team in top 3, and this is going to be their, like, TI as well, but Aster had a great performance. Like this whole year, you know, they were not able to go to LANs at the start, but once they show up at LAN, their performance is really good. Like, and they also show that you know, PSG LGD, they can beat them, they can eliminate them from TI, and you know, competition is their proud region.